I'll be doing that during the meeting.
Feel free.
You're live. Yeah, I was going to say, feel free.
We're live. We're on.
Cindy's going to make it.
Well, a mask mandate has been lifted by the governor of the state of New Mexico because this meeting is taking place within the Navajo Nation. The board is complying with more restrictive provisions of the Navajo Nation health order. As a result, the district will continue to conduct its meetings held on the Navajo Nation consistent with the practice it has been using during COVID. So as to comply with the social distancing orders, this event will only be available to the public via live stream on the district's YouTube channel. Meeting will come to order. Mr. Montoya.
Here.
I don't see anybody else up there.
It's George. George is up there.
Miss George?
Is it just for us?
Miss George? She's muted. Cheryl, if you can hear us, you need to unmute your mic.
I'm here. Sorry.
Okay. And myself, Miss Askey? Miss Aspen?
Here.
We have a quorum. We do have any comments from the audience. Hello, greetings, Ya'ate CCSD board members. Thank you for the way the welcome back orientation was done. It was so much better in many ways, such as the short distance to travel to the meetings back in our own building. Seating was better, the crowd was smaller, so everyone seated more quickly. Having lunch with our own staff in our building for camaraderie, etc. I would recommend doing the welcome back orientation this way every year. Thank you for the Friday morning breakfast. Thank you, Mr. Montoya, for being present at the meeting. Respectfully.
There's no name.
No name. Oh, is there a name?
Do we continue to read
Barbara
anonymous or?
Zell Sorensen.
If it's anonymous, then we're just got to be noticed.
I didn't even see it. You don't read them if they're anonymous? Yes.
President
Yes, ma'am.
Wells, I'd like to have a comment.
Yes,
And make a comment.
you may.
Just to be fair, I know there's no comment form written out but I know there were several people I know that were displeased with the way the welcome back was done. And I just want to say that on their behalf. Didn't realize we were taking letters for that, but they didn't like the idea of being separated, and it prevented from networking, prevented from seeing each other. For the rest of the year they're separated, so this was the one time they could see each other and see who's still with the district. So just to say the other side of that. Thank you.
Thank you. On to 3 reports. Captive feeder routes application, by Cindy Theodore. Ms. Theodore, you're up.
Good evening, I'm here. Good evening, board president, board members, superintendent. We received 2 feeder routes. The first one will be funded by the student support services, medical condition. The student lives in Newcomb, so they will ride the bus, or they will drive and meet the bus in Shiprock. The student support services bus or sped bus that goes to Farmington Country Club, special school, and special pre-K. So this is a continuing one from the year before. Paid 68 miles per day. Mileage times 40 is $27.20 for the remainder of, or for the whole school year, 180 days. Okay. And parents will be reimbursed from the home location to the nearest bus stop, which would be in Shiprock. Okay, next one. This one is a Newcomb Elementary student. They live 7.5 miles east of 491 on Route 8780 in Littlewater. This student is the only student that lives down there. There's no other students, so we don't have a bus route in that area. So she brings her students up to Highway 491 and Route 8780 where she meets the bus. And so mileage reimbursement will be made for 2 round trips at 30 miles a day, 40 cents a mile. So for 180 days also for the year. And parents will be reimbursed from home location to the nearest bus stop. And this is also not a new one. It's but she didn't do it last year, but she's done it before. Any questions?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Ms. George? Do you have any questions? Okay.
How do I get to courthouse? How do I?
Not from there. You'll only see it on the public access. You can get to the.
Yeah, we're on Firefox.
Thank you, Ms. Theodore.
Thank you.
But if I go to Google.
Next item, the unique trip request, Newcomb
This
High
one here?
School, Shiprock High School, Kirtland Central, Career Prep, Equity Council, Parks and Possibilities, Scottsdale, Arizona, by Donovan Russell.
You should be able to. Correct, that would be me. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Board President Wells, Vice President Haskey, Secretary George, and members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, and Assistant Superintendent Mr. Deswood, and everybody else who is attending the meeting tonight. My name is Donovan Russell, and I'm the Equity Council Supervisor under the Department of Intercultural Community Outreach. And my plans are and so tonight Thank you for the opportunity to be on the agenda, and I will be presenting the announcement request for our board member approval for a unique trip for our CCSD Equity Council students. And the establishment of CCSD Equity Council program began in our district December of 2021. And I credit most of the success of our building program through the participation of our students. And so this Sparks of Possibility is a conference, and this is an initiative for building student leadership skills and Indian education. And through this conference, there'll be workshops where students will learn about apprenticeships, and students will gain access to people in various careers, and students will heighten their engagement in their classrooms, and also to learn the indigenous ways of engagement. And so the students who will be representing are from the following regions: 2 students from Newcomb High School, and then 3 students from Shiprock High School, and 2 students from Career Prep High School, and 3 students from Kirtland Central High School. So a total of 10 students, 2 chaperones, which includes myself as a male chaperone and a female chaperone. Students will be traveling by bus, and the date of the conference is September 13th through the 15th. So just a brief summary of our trip. We'll be leaving on the 13th, early in the morning at 6 a.m. And as we travel down to Phoenix, as you all know, we gain 1 hour. And so we will leave on the 13th, and the conference starts in the afternoon of the 13th. We'll be spending 1 night there, and then all-day conference the next day on the 14th. And then on the 15th, the conference will run to the afternoon, and we'll be traveling back after the conference is over. So we'll be back on the 15th here in Shiprock just before midnight. And so if there's any questions that you might have, I stand for questions now.
Question, I'll tell you.
Mr. Russell, do you have teachers or parents that are represented on that equity council?
Are there
Members, teachers, parents?
Oh, yeah. So the Equity Council does require parents, staff, and employees, and then as well as community members. And so we do have right now 3 staffs and 2 parents that are part of the council. And it's been kind of hard to get participation from the adults, but that's one of my goals with the program, is to get better involvement and engagement with parents and the community.
Have you invited any of them to be a chaperone to this event?
We have our meeting on Monday, and I could announce it to them. And the female chaperone right now is kind of like an open, a vacant spot, and so I will announce it to them to see if they would like to participate.
Because that would be nice, having parent involvement, to be able to go down and actually see what the students do and what they learn, just as a consideration.
Okay. I did have one council member who was interested in actually being a female chaperone, but she hasn't confirmed with me. And she sits on the council of the equity, and her name is Herbie Ellison.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh,
Are there any other questions?
yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Out of the 10 students, and both chaperones are female?
No, as far as the chaperone, I included myself as one, and so I'll be the male chaperone and as well as a female chaperone. So myself and Herbie, possibly Herbie, were the two chaperones.
Okay, just to refresh my my memory, what is the ratio?
The ratio.
Uh-huh.
So I believe it's like 6 to 1. But you would definitely want to have a male and a female. If it's more than that, so that should suffice. I think that's a good number.
So how many male and how many female?
There'll be 4 males and 6 females.
Okay, so we're just right up at that number. Okay. Also, then on the number of students, I guess that's what you meant, huh? For B and SG or 6G, and I was trying to. I was thinking weight.
Four bags at 6 grams.
Yeah, something like that. That's not what it's asking for, but okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Russell.
Well, I appreciate your time and thank you.
Item C, unique request.
Mr. Wells, I have a question or a comment.
All right, yes.
Can we just make sure the chaperones, if they're parents or non-employees of CCSD, that we get their background checks, because they have to have that prior to being a chaperone.
Mr. George, thank you very much for that. And I'll make that a priority on any trips that we consider in the future. And that's good to know. Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
So on something like that, background check, what's the timing on that? Is that something pretty quick, or is that a lengthy process?
I would probably have to get with HR with that because I'm not sure if HR would do that. I know when I was came aboard with CCSD, to be honest, I wasn't sure how long it took for it to come back, but I think it's pretty quick.
It's fairly quick right now, though. If you do have that female chaperone, she's a district employee, and she would have had a background check, so that's beneficial that way. But it only should take a couple days. It shouldn't take very long.
And that check also, do they is there something there that says files are sealed or anything to that?
I don't follow.
If they personally sealed their files,
It's a confidential process.
so they wouldn't note it on there
For us,
No, what?
I'm confused.
on the background check.
Oh, the regular seal.
About a couple years ago, legislation, I don't remember what House bill, but they passed, and it said that they could seal their files. And I asked what the only exemption was the national laboratories, and there was another place. But there was only two places that they exempt, and schools wasn't one of them. So I'm wondering now with the background checks done, is there some type of note or something that says their files are sealed?
I do have Margaret Trocheck on there from Human Resources. I don't know if you're listening, Margaret, hopefully. Would you be able to answer that question?
Hello, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good evening, board members. Related to the background checks, no one has ever requested since I've been with the district in the last 5 years to seal their records. We have a very confidential process, and there's a confidential folder in every personnel file. So that has not come up at all. So that would be my answer on that.
So my question was, I know that a person can't come in and seal their files, but they can go to court to have that done. But I'm wondering if a person does do that, is it noted or is there something said in their personal files that they did so? That's what I'm wondering.
If that would occur, I can assure you there would be a note on there's a specific file that only has their background information in it. And so that would be noted on the outside of that envelope, but we have not come across that at all. So.
Okay, I was just wondering, because, with
Yeah.
that new legislation and
Mhm.
I'm wondering, and then there's also the fact that, you have, at the time that these things were brought up was we have Navajo Nation and then we have state. And so, a lot of time what state has, Navajo Nation doesn't. And so I wonder how thorough our background checks are.
May I answer, Superintendent? I couldn't hear you, but I'm thinking you said okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. The backgrounds that are run are called a triple I, and they pull up everything state and federal. There is nothing left that doesn't come on these background checks. So they're very thorough.
I mean, it's very thorough.
Then they get a cue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Russell. You're off the hook.
Board President,
Yes.
I have Suzette Haskey online on Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Haskey, welcome.
Thank you so much.
We are on item C, unique trip request for Kirtland Middle School Science, Catalina Island. And that is by Nicole Atencio.
Yes. Good evening, School Board President. Can everybody hear me? Just making sure we're good.
We're good.
Okay. School Board President, distinguished members, and Superintendent Mr. Carlson. Tonight I'm here presenting for Miss Miller for a unique trip to go to Catalina Islands Marine Institute in California. This trip was something that they have done in the past and would like to continue to go. They take 32 students, 4 chaperones, and those are staff members. They are asking to take a charter bus because they travel overnight. And so part of our contract with the charter buses that they leave at night and they travel throughout the night while the kids are sleeping to cut down on some of the costs. The students are asked to give a deposit, and then they're doing some fundraising to do this trip. It is in March 26th through the 30th. It is a unique trip because it is out of state. And then I think our itinerary is right below. So they leave on the 26th. Right now we have chaperones. Like I said, they're listed up above for those that have already agreed. We're still looking for one more male chaperone at the time. They leave on the 26th, which is a Sunday, and the itinerary is built by the program at the Marine Institute. And you guys can see what they camp. And they go and work on the Marine Institute the whole week. That is defined by that Marine Institute. And then they come back and return on the 30th. I stand for questions.
Just for my information, what is to be accomplished by the trip?
Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. If we can go up to the very top of the unique trip, if you don't mind going up to the very top. So it is a STEM initiative that is sharing with students jobs in the STEM industry, and learning about working cooperatively and learning about the marine life careers and focusing on those STEM standards, which is 21st century skills also.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Board President, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Regarding the charter bus, how if the charter bus is the bus driver is driving a long distance, they're required by their CDL to rest and sleep. So I don't understand why we couldn't use the regular athletic buses and then have the students stay in a hotel, because the bus driver is going to have to sleep by those CDL requirements.
Correct. And that has been definitely considered. Miss Miller has actually taken this trip before, and part of our requirements is that we can't travel late at night. And so with this company, they actually have 2 drivers where they break off and let that happen. So it is actually contracted 2 different drivers to make it there in a timely manner.
Does that answer your question, Ms. George?
Yes, it did. But it just seems like we would be spending more money for 2 extra drivers instead of 1 CCSD bus driver. And and then getting a hotel. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
When the trip does go, this trip is taken, is it going to be during a holiday, or will the students be missing school during that time?
They will be missing school. Usually it has fallen, this trip usually has fallen during spring break, but it will be during school hours, and they are required, those kids that sign up will be required to make sure that they make up their work upon the missing school.
And then I guess a follow-up question would be, is it due to those restrictions and the number of bus drivers that we have that we decided to opt to have other I guess outsource our drivers?
I think that would be another factor. I know that in the past, because they can't travel in the evening, and if you look at the itinerary, trying to cut down on costs for students, they have only can travel to a certain time frame. And I'm not exact on the exact time. I believe I know there's only 8 hours, but if we left it, say 8 in the morning, they could only travel 8 hours. Actually, if they were to travel that long distance, actually it'd be more than 1 driver that would need to be, and they'd have to rest. So the calculations that they have done were taken into consideration the district's limitations on transportation to cut the cost, as well as they've outsourced it in the past to accommodate those 2 factors.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
One by it? No.
Yes, do we still have Cindy Theodore on?
No.
Can we get
Yes,
her
she
back
is.
on?
She's up there on the right-hand corner.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
It's Cindy?
Miss Theodore?
Theodore, we have a question for you.
I'm here.
So, were you listening in on the, situation here for this trip?
Yes, I was.
Okay, what does that, or what do you see? What would you say?
I believe the charter bus would be the way to go. Speaking from experience, we've had, like, I believe it was TBA band or Shiprock High band or something. They used to go to Los Angeles and, they have to, regardless of, their on-duty time, if we were to take an activity bus, we still would have to take 2 bus drivers. But for our, because of our CBA agreement, the bus drivers will be on duty from the time they leave. Both of them will be on duty from the time they leave the bus yard. So you actually would be paying 2 bus drivers, even though one of them is not driving.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they have a 15-hour on-duty time per day. So it would, I'm not sure exactly, if they would meet that for 15 hours, if they would run out of the 15 hours in one day, if they, depending on their itinerary and their breaks, where they stop for lunch and their rest breaks and everything. So, and just an FYI, the last time we had one of our CCSD buses go to California and come back, they broke down in between. I went blank now, but anyway, between Phoenix and towards San Diego, towards I can't think of the name, but anyway, out there, and so we had to call emergency road service 2 hours from Phoenix to get to the bus and to repair it, and we had students sitting on the road, on the side of the road, with having to wait that whole time. So that experience was not very, very good for our students.
Yeah. Okay, with that said, I remember the breakdown. I remember them taking that and that subject coming up about coach or charter buses. And however, my concern is the safety and I see that, you know, with our own drivers, I kind of have a little bit more faith in them than I would the charter. And to me, I feel like the charters, you know, they and I know what you're talking about with the two drivers and things like that, but you know, having it just the way it was presented, I guess I'm really looking at that part of it is where we're opting for charter so we can drive through the night while the students sleep. And to me, I feel like that just sends up red flags for me. And I rather, you know, I know there's certain people that prefer to travel that way and it may suit them, but from somebody like, me, I rather get up early and then go, and get a good rest and then travel. But those are just my concerns. I really want to hear, and thank you for reminding and recounting what had happened before. And but overall, I hope, Superintendent, that we can come to a place where, because that's my feeling of charter coach buses, that these are students, and I don't know if they take the same precautions, and but anyhow, those are my concerns. And looking at this form here, right now, today's meeting, work session, I know it won't be approved until Tuesday. When do you think you'll find out about the extra chaperone, so that we know for sure that we have adequate chaperones, number of chaperones?
When she did the paperwork, she had 3 committed, but she has 2 other staff members that she's working with. So that will be taken care of. We will have, and it will be a staff member, most likely.
I hope it's not just a number here and just assuming.
It is not just a number. We will have 4 chaperones for adequate.
Okay. So Cindy, how many is in a bus? How many can safely travel in the bus?
44. And we have 2 activity buses that will do 46.
I guess I'm asking more for the charter. So
I don't know. Probably the same. If it's 2 per seat, so that's basically charters are also just like activity buses, so it would be around the same 44 to 46.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I wanted to add one more thing too, just an FYI, Nikki. So in the past, the buses that the trips that left Kirtland or Shiprock in the morning at, let's say, 5:30 in the morning, they usually spent the night in Victorville, past Barstow, before San Bernardino. That's where that would be their stopping place for the day.
Thank you, and I will relay that to the chaperone, or to the sponsor, excuse me.
Ms. George.
Mr. Carlson, how are we, if the bus drivers for the charter buses are not CCSD employees, they how are we doing their background checks, or how is that implemented into the contract as they're being not having any what do you call it, child, anything endangerment with the child? How are we doing that with the contracts with charter schools? And then my other question was, because if there's 2 bus drivers, they're going to be on the bus with the students, and when they're taking breaks and such, so that it's all on the safety part of that I'm kind of that I'm concerned about. And I had another comment, but I can't remember it.
Okay, I can attempt to answer that first question. That's a great question. And I don't know if anybody's ever really looked into it very much. I think when we take students on trips, that we're responsible for any interactions they have. And I mean, they might be on a city bus, or they might be on a plane, and we can't do background checks for the pilot and the city bus driver and all the different people they interact with. So but it is a good question. How do we vet a bus driver that we don't know versus bus drivers who have gone through our system? And we can look into that. I can check and find out information on that. But It's a good question for safety.
Yeah. So I don't think that was her question. I think that's going too far beyond. I believe, that I'm sure they do a lot of student trips, whoever this company is, and it would be good to know if they do, if they, if there's special,
Do background checks and such.
well, yeah, with their drivers, and I mean, I don't think that's, and it would be good that, when these trips are planned, that is asked, so that the board's not wondering either.
Mr. Carlson, can I attempt to share what I know about the company? I do have a contract, a very extensive contract with them that does state some things about their employees. And I can share that with you with what their policy and the contract states. I can share that with you, Mr. Carlson.
That'd be fantastic. And then I'll share it with the board as well before Tuesday. Possible.
We'll do. I'll send it tomorrow.
Thank you.
And I feel like, that's one of the area that maybe we're overlooking in as far as procurement. You have CES, perhaps are the principals or organizers, are they looking at CES before they do their own contacts, such as she stated? I mean, I don't think that's allowed also. That could be a litigation thing, and where, especially publicly, she just stated that she has made the contact, and whereas others competing for such services, I'm just throwing that out there. It might be something that worth looking into later.
Ms. Atencio, was the vendor a CES vendor, the bus company?
I'm not aware if it was right offhand, and I can look into that, but we have not signed any contract at this time. I waited to this meeting. It's just something they had drawn up, but I do have a contract waiting to be signed, depending upon what we hear from the school board. We have not signed any contract.
Yeah, and another thing, just as I referred to our director of transportation and went to her for more to be educated in transportation, I would think that same is expected of principals, and to ask Ms. Theodore, what can we do instead of bypassing, and
Okay, and I don't know what happened in the situation, whether that was done or not. But that's a good suggestion, is to go through her first.
I don't know, this is a first. I mean, I know that these trip requests, when they come up, we don't really as much dive into it, but times are changing, so something to think about. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Pinchil.
Thank you for your time.
Number D, athletic event safety protocol by Mr. Michael Switch.
What was eliminated from the board docs agenda? on our agenda and board docs, it has
F.
D as
Supposed to be
dual,
F.
dual, and then on the posted public is D.
E.
Uh-huh.
Let me get to the meeting again. I was looking something up.
I'm sorry, they weren't arranged in order, so,
Okay.
yeah, but if they're all on the agenda, it's just that they weren't arranged in order.
So should we know which one is published, the one on board doc or the one we have here?
They're both unpublished, but the one that you have is published on Facebook, so we can do the athletic event safety protocol first.
Do that because that's the one that's on the.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Looks like Mr. Switch is not on there right now.
He probably was on board docs.
He might have been. I don't think he has access to that.
Someone tells him
Unless
there's a switch.
Yeah, we made a switch, yes. I've got it. Well, if what kind of things do we have to do in order to switch this? If he's not on, I'll find out what's going on with that.
So the next one, E.
And just follow what we have in front of us. That's the one that's presented to the public.
After we bypass it, can't go back.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Again, just go by what you have here, and if this is the one that's presented, and if the presenter is not there, then you can return back to it, as long as you're sticking to what was on there and not adding to it.
All right.
Can't take away for a presentation to put on it for the next board meeting as well, if there's nothing there. Am I correct, Ms. Aspis?
Yeah, but just announce that.
Yeah. Tell them what you're doing.
Mix up in the agenda.
We're going
So
to
go
move
to-
on to E then.
Yeah.
Sharon? Dual language immersion program by Dr. Begay.
Yes, she will be the next one. Thank you.
Sharon, can I have access to show my PowerPoint?
Okay.
Okay, I'll let you be the host. Just return the host back to me after you're done.
Oh.
Thank you.
This off. Jared.
He was on YouTube.
Oh, he was.
So,
They told you he had to switch.
that's good.
Yate, Shikeda, Shidana. Good evening, Board President Wells, Vice President Haskey, Secretary George, and board members, Superintendent Carlson, and Shikeda Isangi, and my relatives who are all listening online this evening. I am Berlinda Begay. I'm the ICO, Bilingual Multicultural Education Coordinator, and I will be presenting on what the dual language model is. So the purpose of the dual language, the purpose for dual language education is for students to become highly proficient in two languages, in literacy and language. And that includes content and the instruction that is being taught. So the goal for a dual language program is to develop higher levels of language proficiency and literacy in both Navajo and English. For many years, actually when the dual language program first started at Eva B. Stokely, it began as a 90-10 model, and it only lasted for 2 years. And after that, the 50-50 model came
came into play. So the 90-10 model was reestablished last year with that administration, and that's what I'll be presenting on. So with the 90-10 model, at the elementary level, the Navajo language at the lower grades is utilized a majority of the time in conjunction with the partner language, which is English. So there's two types of immersion programs. There's a one-way and then a two-way. And this is, in this instance, we are doing a one-way immersion program because our focus is really on developing the Navajo language. And so that's why it's a one-way program. So each, ideally, the program begins with kindergarten, and each year a grade is established until whatever grade is the goal to instruct up to. And so each year, especially at the lower grades, more of the Navajo language is utilized throughout the day, especially with core content instruction as well. And as they go up in grades, the percentage of English will increase and the percentage of Navajo will decrease, because the Navajo comprehension proficiency would have been established at a higher level during the kindergarten through fourth K through 4. According to research, and I myself can testify, having taught in this type of program and having my own children go through the program, it is highly effective. And students that have gone through this program have shown to be, have score higher in tests at in grade levels as well. So this is a breakdown of what the 90-10 model looks like. So ideally, in collaboration with Dual Language of New Mexico, they did indicate that in order for a dual language 90-10 model to happen, we have to include all aspects of where the English language is utilized. So in this instance, at the elementary level where these programs are at now, we had to think about the special classes, and then when the students go to lunch and recess. But with last year's administration, they indicated not to include that and only to include the actual instructional time during the day. So that's how this breakdown that I will show later on with the English part of it. I will show later. But this is basically how 90-10 model looks. So at the K first, 90% of our students receive instruction in the language, and then 10% is in English. So the 10% that's being taught in English is all of it is in English language arts. So that includes like reading and writing, and that's when the English is used. And other content areas like math, science, social studies, that's all taught in Navajo. So as you can see, as the grades go up, the Navajo will decrease and the English will increase. So what does the 90-10 model provide? Students whose first language is English, which are all our students who enter the program, they're going to develop higher levels of listening, skills because they're deciphering the language, and the teachers using strategies such as total physical response and visuals to help establish and strengthen and increase the comprehension development, because the comprehension development is the most important part in order for the student to start responding either in English or in Navajo. As they start to increase their comprehension levels in Navajo, they will also begin to develop the ability to try to do more things in Navajo. Like they'll start to answer in 1 or 2 words as well. And then the academic standards and curriculum are currently what the dual language program, what they're utilizing for the English core content is what has been put in place with the district. And that's what they're utilizing. And then with the Navajo social studies, Navajo literacy, that is something that they've created themselves 2 years ago. And they just revised that from the 50-50 model that they were utilizing to the current, to complement the 90-10 model. So with that in mind, you know that the requirements are not watered down. So these are the research behind the 90-10 model in terms of instruction. And then for students, which we have currently, when I visited the schools this week, we do have non-Navajo students that are in the program. It will bring the students together culturally and linguistically as well. So when we talk about this right here, we have to break this down into actual time, and that's what this is. So based on what we were provided from last year, from that administration, not to include the specials and the lunch and the recess, this is what it breaks down to. So, and this is the English instructional part. So as you can see at K1, 30 minutes is the only time the teacher will be speaking and using English during ELA, and then the time increases as the grades go up. And currently these are the instructional times at all 3 schools where the dual language programs are at. So I'm going to go back to here. And the most important part to this program, the 90-10 model, is the scaffolding process. It is very important to know and understand how second language acquisition works. And so with that methodology, we have to trust this process. That's why we say that we cannot enroll students after 2nd grade, because they would have missed out in the foundational development of the Navajo at K2. So if they enroll at 3rd grade, they won't have this foundation. And if parents pull out their students, like in 2nd grade, they will have disrupt the scaffolding process. And so the English, and especially the English that is now being strengthened and established for them, it would become disrupted. So if they put them in a regular core classroom, that they will be told that they're behind. It's because they were still learning as part of this scaffolded process. And that's what's really important about the 90-10 model. And we try to emphasize this to our principals and our parents when we do this training with them, with all this information that I'm providing for you right now. And that's an overview of how the 90-10 program works. And I stand for questions.
Yeah.
Questions, yes. That-
So how many students this year in that, starting at kindergarten?
So at Newcomb Elementary, since it's the first year, the new program there, we have 11 students. And then at Noshchity, we have 2 returning students from last year because we added 2nd grade this year. So there's only 2 2nd graders, but we have 1 kindergarten as well there. And then at Eva B, we do have 5 kindergartners and 11 kindergarten and 1st graders, and 11 2nd and 3rd grade, and then 6th, 4th, and 5th. And so you also need to remember that these teachers are teaching 2 grades because of the changes that were made from last year. The numbers, the teachers that were changed around due to enrollment.
What do you mean changed around? Reassigned or?
Because of the low enrollment, the teachers at the dual language program at Eva B, one was moved to Mesa and the grades were combined at the school. So one teacher was teaching 3 grades, and one teacher's was teaching 2 grades, and then the other teacher was teaching 2 grades. And so that's currently the case again, with the exception of having it be 2 grades now for kindergarten and 1st grade.
Any other question?
No.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
In terms of the students that don't meet that 3rd grade or that 2nd grade enrollment, they don't enter Newcomb or any of the elementary schools before 2nd grade. What other programs do we have to support those students, the parents that want Navajo language for their child that enroll their student in 3rd grade or 4th grade or 5th grade? What other programs do we have to support their needs?
We have the Heritage Navajo language program that we have a program at every school in the district. So they have that option to put them in there as an enrichment student.
And how many hours do they get of the Navajo language for in terms of enrichment?
For the Heritage Navajo, it's a 1-hour pull-out program. And it
1 hour per week or 1 hour per day?
It's 1 hour per day, 4 days a week.
And do we have the additional support in middle school?
Yes, again, every school in the district has a Heritage Navajo language program.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Ms. Montoya.
Dr. Begay, how are you?
Nijona?
Good. Can you please state the name of the school in Window Rock that has been very successful, that out of their school district?
Yes, it's Tehoto de Ultra.
Okay. I was going to try to say it, but I couldn't. My point is, as you well know, that's a very successful program, right?
Yes.
And part of that is because they went to the community and asked community what they wanted. There's two simple questions. Maintenance of the language or revitalization of the language, correct?
Yes.
And the parents in the community decided they wanted revitalization, correct?
Well, it just varied between both.
Well, I understand that, but the predominance was that they wanted
Yes.
revitalization. That's my point.
Yes.
Now, because of that, what they also did was they segregated that school, correct?
Yes, they isolated the entire school. It's a K-8 school.
And the reason for that is because the only way, well, quite frankly, really, one of the only ways to really make it successful is to separate it, because you cannot have a school within a school and expect that success to be that effective, especially when you're growing a program. Would that be correct?
The main purpose why they isolated the school was to ensure that only Navajo, the only language that would be present or the focus of that entire school and the program is Navajo. So they ensured that anybody that worked with that school and program spoke Navajo. So that included the cooks, the bus drivers, even the front office staff. So as you enter the school, they will let you know that that the language is spoken there. And so, for instance, if there's a non-Navajo speaking parent or person wanting to speak to a teacher or somebody, they ensure that the language, the English language is not heard by the students. Like they would take them out, they would go into the hallway and do the conversation, because that's their main focus, is to ensure that the language is utilized.
I understand that. I did my reading about it. And just like the radio station says, all Navajo all the time. And that's complete and total buy-in from the community, the people that were participating, just as you said, from the custodians to the cooks, the bus drivers, the entire staff bought into that program in order for it to really flourish and be successful. And again, my understanding of that is that that's how they have been. And one of the other things that they did too was to provide enrichment for the parents, whether it's formal or informal, correct?
Yes, they're very active in ensuring they have that parent partnership, and they provide a lot of cultural and linguistic PD or events to ensure that the language is promoted back at home, because just like with our programs, once our students leave that classroom, it's English again until they come back to their classroom. But it would be different for those students who are blessed to receive that at home.
I understand that, and I really do. And one of the things that stood out to me is that when they did their curriculum development, it began, quite frankly, with the cultural standards in Navajo and not the state standards. That's one of the things that really jumped out to me, is how they really engrossed themselves with trying to ensure that they fully developed the educational process and the teaching through that, and not went by the state standards, which was impressive, because that would ensure the validity of the program and the stability of the program and sustainability of the program with that development with their educators, and again, even their administration as well too. So that was pretty impressive. my point of asking these questions, rhetorical questions, quite frankly, is because, I mean, if we're serious about doing what we want to do regarding the 90-10 model, I'm not saying replicate it completely and totally, but certainly it's going to have to be a buy-in of the community at large that wants to attend, wants their children to learn it. And I truly believe that it's incumbent upon us to ensure that we provide that opportunity, and knowing that it's hard to have a school within a school, like at Eva B. Stokely.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I've been dealing with this for quite a while, and my involvement started with Sassy. They were trying to do the same thing up there. So I researched a study on German, and they did the same thing that they did with that school in Windrock. And I believe it was up in Wisconsin. But again, you had to have, and they did have, total buy-in of everybody that was involved in that program. And again, to the formal and informal education of the parents to learn the language as well, to help their children succeed. And I bring this up because I did, years ago, this was about 2008, provided an outline of to utilize one of the schools within the district, well, technically here in Shiprock, to grow that program. Because as you said, when they start off in K1, you have to have a cohort that moves to solidify the growth of that language, correct? You just can't pull it now. And then you go from first and then the second and then the third, and they just can't jump in unless there's a level of proficiency with the child. That would be the only exemption if it was coming from home and you had a true English language learner that was speaking Navajo that could step into that grade. So
yes, you are correct in that, and that's why that there is a testing done for in those instances for those unique cases, if for the 90-10 model.
Absolutely. And so, and again, that was a suggestion that was made back in 2008 to really try to grow that program, but it never came to fruition within the district or within Shiprock to develop that. But again, in my humble opinion, as I sit here, and I've been involved in respects to working with high school students in leadership and hearing their concerns about their native languages and the challenges that they're facing in other communities, that and even down when we went to the government to government in Isleta, those were some of the conversations of trying to revitalize or to reestablish that language within their communities. But that certainly has to come from within the communities who truly want that in order to create those programs that are going to be successful at doing that. So again, maybe at some point in time, the district could certainly take that into consideration as an option. But I do appreciate the fact that we're trying to do what we can in order to do that. So I appreciate what you're doing, Dr. Begay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
So as you went along the presentation, wow, I'm really glad that you explained that 90-10, because I was thinking, I thought it ended up with 50 or 60-40, but I see how it progresses, through the grades, and to me, I feel that as a board member and as one that has history and being on the board, I believe that we did a real disservice to your department, Dr. Begay and JOM, and the director over you. I think you should have been your own director, and also as board member Montoya brought up about, I'm not even going to attempt to say, but the school that's thriving, You know, many times, and especially with the coverage, you know, the passing of Navajo Code Talker Sandoval, and and um, and I think in 3 days is the Navajo Code Talker Day, and many times we hear of the story, we hear of the language, and how that it is one that's very unique, and in modeling other languages, as far as board member Montoya brought up about German language, and we can't do the same. We um, we can't model other languages because our language is unique, and and it's harder. You hear that when people talk about um, using these what do you call them?
Rosetta Stone.
Rosetta Stone, and you know, you know, they know it's hard. It's not something you can just fly through, and but it's a very difficult, hard language. And if it wasn't, everybody would be speaking it. And so to me, I feel like you know, whatever, and I think you should have that authority of your own department, and we as a board and a majority Navajo, and I want to see the revitalization of the language. I want to make sure that it is kept going. And I've been to the celebrations at the end of the year, and where you see our kids giving presentations in Navajo, and hearing, you know, them introduce, like one child, he introduces donkey as Don Juan. And you know, it's just really something to see and hear, and I think whatever we can do to continue and keep going, and I'm sure through the years there's other things that you would like to do, and I think we need to have the freedom to do that. And another presentation that was given by another gentleman, I can't remember who it was, but it was before COVID, and it talked about, and I don't know if that was the way he put it, or if that's something I remember in my own mind, my own memory, but grandma's boot camp. And that was something that was going to happen in the summer, and that the students be out there. And I really like that idea too. And I was really hoping that, you know, CCSD could explore and try some of those things, and where people are bragging about our district as well. Thank you.
May I share something else, if that's okay?
Hey,
Miss George has her hand up.
Miss, hang on just a minute, Miss George. Miss George?
Yes, thank you. My only other comment is that this program, the students learn to read and write in Navajo, and I think that's an extraordinary accomplishment with this program. The little kids, and also these teachers that are teaching in this program, they're the only teachers in the district who are teaching 2 classes. And I would really, we just had salaries presented to us last board meeting. And I really think that these teachers should get at least a stipend, an extra stipend, or some other incentive for pay, because they're the only teachers that are teaching 2 classes. And also, I know that they're stacked on each other in their offices too. And we have that Heritage Cultural building that was specifically named for this program. So I would like to see maybe them moving back to that building as well. Those are my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Begay, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to share that I first started off with the district as an immersion teacher, kindergarten, first grade, for many years. And Mr. Montoya, board member Montoya, is correct that the buy-in is extremely important. At the time, the teachers that I was working with all had the passion about their language and to be teaching it. And we had a very supportive principal at that time. And so our program really strengthened and was really thriving. We did receive awards for our programs from the PED, Bilingual Multicultural Education Department. And we had a lot of schools coming to our school, visiting and observing our program. And of course, we all know that we're also featured on Colton Schoen's focus on Native American languages on KOB as well. And, COVID happened and we're trying to get back to where we were before. And it's having some challenges, but we're doing our best right now to get back to that level. And that's what it does take. And that's all I wanted to share with that. And Secretary George is correct that our dual language teachers are the only teachers in the district that are teaching 2 languages and 2 cultures. And so with the Navajo, they have to create everything themselves. They can't just buy off online like a lot of the majority of the instructional programs that we have. And so it takes a lot of time to create these, but that's part of what they do. And I just wanted to add that on there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments for Ms. Begay? Questions? Thank you, Ms. Begay.
Mr. President, I have just a comment or comment.
Ms. George?
Yes. What about our, this is more for Mr. The superintendent. What about our other students? I believe we have a count of more than 30 Filipino students. And, I think that we need to, we have their start their program with their Filipino community who are also teachers as well. I just wanted to throw that out there about how we can incorporate that as well.
Thank you, Secretary George. That was a great question, a great comment.
Ms. George?
Yes.
When we were down there in Isleta, there was a breakout session regarding the language seals, the native languages, and that was one of the ones that I brought up in development. And again, I know I've said that in the past, over the past year and a half, almost 2 years, about looking at starting that program for Tagalog, which is a Filipino language. So certainly that is and has been a consideration, even again mentioning it to the state regarding the contingency of Filipino educators that we have and trying to serve their students' needs as well. So thank you.
May I share something on what's currently being talked about?
Sure, Dr. Begay.
So we did start that process to begin a Tagalog heritage class. And we have been meeting with the PED Language and Culture Bureau in terms of the process for that. But it's had delays because of the turnover in head department. So people continue to refer us to a certain person that's no longer there, and then they'll try to find whoever is in charge now. So that process did start, and that's just where it's at right now.
Miss Begay?
Yes.
You're absolutely right. I spoke to the interim director when I was down there in Isleta and did mention that to them about that. And that's just one of the unfortunates of trying to complete that process, is the turnover that they have. And that was questions that was brought about by the All Indian Pueblo Council to try to get that position filled as soon as possible so we can start servicing these kids. So you're absolutely right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Begay.
Yeah.
Hello. We're going to go back then to switch. Mr. Switch?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can.
Okay, I'm having some difficulties with my internet, so I apologize for that.
Proceed.
Okay, before I begin, I want to say good evening to all school board members as well as the superintendent. My name is Michael Switch. I'm the new athletic coordinator, district athletic coordinator for Central Consolidated School Districts. I'm very honored and blessed to have the opportunity to be a leader in this area in our school district. I look forward to meeting each and every one of you. I've already hit the ground running. I spend many hours out in our district at other school districts talking not only to the coaches and their players, but also community stakeholders, principals, assistant principals, also athletic coordinators in the district. So my collaboration has been going almost 150% since I first have taken this job. And what I'd like to do tonight, we are still, in our geographical area, we do have to follow some guidelines in our area to make sure everyone is safe that comes to our athletic competition events. Like I said, I listen. I want to learn from everyone. I will say this, and I've said this to all the people, all the stakeholders, and all the people I've spoken to. I'm not perfect. This is a learning opportunity, a great learning opportunity for me. And one of my objectives and visions and missions is, like I said, is to make sure everyone that attends, from our coaches, athletic coordinator, principals, fans, athletics, everyone is safe. Everyone is safe, and they're able to come to whatever athletic event is taking place in our school district. They feel safe, and like I said, there will be some trial and error, but we will make sure we follow the proper protocol, procedures, and policy of the school district when it comes to safety. Okay, so yes, do we have a question? So I do. One things I have reached out, I've talked to, is that we must continue using, when we are using school property, we are making sure we use them properly. We're making sure we have hand sanitizer. We're making sure soap is in there. Most important, we're making sure we're getting the word out to people. It's visible, auditorial, and people are getting the information that we are still in the protocol as the COVID here. I've also reached out to other school districts to inform their fans that mask requirements are still required at all athletic events here on the reservation. Now, Kirtland's in this different situation, but as far as Newcomb and Shiprock, from middle school to high school, all fans, it's been already been communicated with other athletic coordinators and directors at other school sites that, and it also being sent out in a documented format that mask wearing is required here on the reservations when they come to our athletic events. That stuff will be, like I said, will be posted. It will be posted on the school website. Will also be posted on other social media outlets. So we're going to use all avenues of communication to inform, to teach the proper protocol that we are forcing and enhancing here in our district, such as Newcomb and Shiprock. We do have adequate supplies within our district. It's been informed where they need to go if they need more supplies. I've been communicating with people in that department as well to make sure we are properly supplied for all the things we need to save, to be safe, and to prevent any type of situation that might occur. So we are still driving that home. We are still teaching, and we're most important. I strongly believe it's not a problem to over communicate. And that is my job, to make sure I get that information out there. And it, like I said, I've been hitting the ground running, and that's been communicated up to this point of what we're going to do. All right, next slide, please. I do just want to mention, I know I apologize if I'm going a little bit fast, but we are still following the proper toolkit of the New Mexico Ped Association when it comes to safe practices within our sports. Okay, we are still following those guidelines that are sent out. If things do change, yes.
Hang on just a minute. We have a question.
Sure.
Yes, on your COVID practices, your toolkit, where did you get these?
I got them off the pet site, ma'am. The Mexico Pets. Yes, yes. And I also got them through the association. When I attend the athletic directors meeting this past 3 weeks, this information was also shared with all athletic directors, coordinators, coaches, administrators. Also was shared, I want to say it was shared at the superintendent's meeting of the same protocol that the state will follow. This came from Sally Marquez of New Mexico Athletic Association. So we are, excuse me.
So I'm on the New Mexico Athletic Association site.
Uh-huh.
I do see it in the back where it talks about New Mexico Ped Toolkit. So, what other reference are you using? There's about 6 of them right here.
I'm using, like I said, I'm using the New Mexico Ped. I'm using the New Mexico Athletic Association's information. I'm also using information that's enforced by the Navajo Reservation, as well as our school. That's what's also being implemented within our school district. So I'm using a variety of information. I'm comparing contracts, making sure everything is same across the board. If changes do occur, then I will make every effort to make sure everyone is informed properly in a timely manner about what changes are taking place and how those changes will affect our athletic events.
So when's the last document you received from Navajo Nation?
To be honest with you, ma'am, I looked at that information when I first got hired on July 1st. And I've been using all types of information, like I said, but I've used a variety to make sure we're all in compliance.
Any other questions?
So was that document
Excuse
made?
me?
When was the document published or put out, or that the one from Navajo Nation?
I don't recall that. I really don't. I don't recall that. I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, what about New Mexico PED?
That was information that I looked at this week. That was also information that was shared at our annual coaches clinic with all representations from all different schools within our state. That's what was shared to me in a PowerPoint presentation.
And when was this again?
Can you repeat your question, please?
When was this meeting?
This meeting was 2 weeks ago. It's a mandatory meeting where all athletic coordinators and directors and coaches attend, and it's meetings. It's mandatory through. Also, it's mandatory for everyone. I will say this. Also, during these parent meetings that we have, the New Mexico Activity Association puts out a clip in which all athletic coordinators at all high school and middle school show, and it also goes over the same information. But I do want to make this: certain school districts are different from other school districts, so it did say that we must be in compliance of that and respect the other school districts' safety and policy procedures of that school district. Those are what has been instilled in that school district.
Okay, what about school policy? What
Excuse me?
school policy?
It's
Policy.
the same thing. We still wear the mask. We still make sure we're doing the proper hygiene. We're making sure that if there are symptoms that a student, a faculty member might have, we still follow those proper procedures to make sure everyone is safe. We do follow those same safety protocols.
So masks are worn in Kirtland?
I can answer that for you, Mr. Switch. In all schools on the reservation, masks are worn.
Okay.
In Kirtland, they are not.
That's the way I want the presentation. I would like to hear it that way.
Okay.
In recognizing Navajo Nation. And I go back to a funeral home where the guy talked about COVID safety, and then I asked him how much are you informed, and how much at that time things were just really crazy, and then but he insisted he was informed every 10 minutes. That's a lie. And so anyhow, I think it's important, especially dealing with COVID, and then right now we have people out there, they don't want to come out and say, but there are parents, there are people, guardians out there that some still like the masking, some still respect that and do that, but there are some people out there that to them it makes no sense, and I have to look at the athletes in comparison with graduation that we had. If you have a fall sport and it concerns football players out in the field, people are in the stands outdoor. Why are we still masking? Why are we still insisting on that? So, but the thing that we need to come back to is that until Navajo Nation removes that, then we can do otherwise.
Exactly.
And for that reason, you know, when you have there, I mean, people are not stupid, but they're uninformed, and some see as students coming from Shiprock, they go travel to Kirtland or Farmington or somewhere off the reservation, and they're not masking. And then so they're asking those questions, and then, but you know, when we have presentations such as this, that's what needs to be. It needs to be presented in that way, into where our guardians, our parents, they understand why there is that difference and why we are doing this.
Yeah, we have schools on the Navajo Nation, so we follow the Navajo Nation guidelines, all the schools on the reservation. And that's why we're masked even here.
Think that as one district that we should be doing all the same, but no, we're not. How we're doing this is by the boundaries. If the school is on the reservation, then we are acknowledging Navajo Nation. However, Kirtland, Kirtland, they're not on the reservation. So therefore, no mask if they want. So, yeah. And I think that's where some of these questions come up, and why we're having to go through them all the time is because some don't understand. And I, you know, I probably wouldn't have understood as a parent. So, you know, but that's how our presentations need to be. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Montoya.
Not only that, but even the participation of the audience indoors is 50% and outdoors is 75%.
And then, you know, some have said, you guys just had graduation, a whole place full, and there was no mask required. And so, you know, it just, but, you know, to get everybody informed and know, and then, especially with this, you know, as soon as we, you know, if we hear that no more masks are needed, it'd be nice, you know, because we have athletes out there that are having problems performing their sport in mask. And so, you know, so we need to be up to date and know firsthand what the changes, if any, and quickly.
Ms. George, you have your hand up?
Oh, I just didn't lower it. I'll say my questions till the end. Thank you.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Oh, Mr. Switch,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
maybe if you could recommend to New Mexico Athletic Association, you know, to and their links to include Navajo Nation and, you know, other Indian lands. It would be nice to see their protocols.
Okay. Yeah.
Just a suggestion.
No, I appreciate that because that's one thing that I'm trying to do is develop and build that relationship from that from that association, so they understand too. Because, like you said, the communication needs to get out there, and however avenues, what type of avenues we're going to get, people need to be informed, and I appreciate that, and I have brought that up to the association, and they're very appreciative of the information I do share. So I, you know, like I said, I'm working on that at this time. Still with that, with the COVID practices for youth sports, the temperature, if the, temperatures will be taken. If temperature, someone does get a temperature that's 100 or more, or some type of COVID related symptoms, temperatures will be taken. That's depending, that person will be asked to stay home until everything is safe and being respectful in accordance with any applicable law, privacy laws or regulations. There is a plan in place at all school sites, and that's communicated from the principals to assistant principals to the school nurse of what plan will be taken if somebody does have symptoms or does come sick. There is a plan of action in place of what to do, and then also a plan of action of what communications will be made. Just in case somebody does come ill. If a student is ill, they should go home immediately after proper communication and after the parents have been properly notified. That goes as well as any type of faculty member within our district. They are required to go home. All right, next question, please. Next slide, I'm sorry. School-related events, including assemblies, dances, ward assemblies, academic competition, and extracurricular events are permissible. I will say this, that information is still being communicated when things like this do take place within our school district. I will say this information is being shared in our parent athletic meets throughout the school district. When for our fall sports, parents are being notified. We had one this week with Shiprock High School. I can assure you the athletic coordinator did do a great job explaining about the COVID safe practices that we must still have and must do as far as social distancing. So the information is still being out there, it's still being shared, and it's still being communicated. Visitors to a school, including visiting sports teams, the statewide requirements for mask wearing in schools has been lifted. The decision for when and whether masking will be required is the determination of a local school district or charter school. Will abide by the masking requirements of the school. And that's just what we were just mentioning previously. In our geographical area, visiting teams that come to our athletic events are required to wear masks. If we go outside our geographical area to compete in another athletic event, as you know, those masks are not required to wear. So depending on what takes place with the school districts and what they enforce, we must abide by those policy and procedures of that school district. Next, please. As you know, the overnight travel has changed a little bit from the past. If there are no overnight out-of-state travel are allowed for students and staff for field trips, athletics, professional development, and other important school business, quarantine is not required upon return, subject to public health order. COVID safe practices are to be enforced during the field trip, including social distancing to the extent possible. It is recommended that the field trips be limited to outdoor destinations and that eating and drinking be limited to the outdoors. Next slide, please. I have visited with the music teachers about this, music teachers at the middle school and high school. I have communicated with them about this. The music education is an important aspect of a well-rounded education. However, components of music education, such as singing and playing wind instruments, present a high probability of COVID-19 transmissions than other school subjects do. The following COVID-safe practices are required for singing and playing wind instruments as part of the instructional classes such as band and choir, and as part of the co-curricular activities such as band attendance at athletic events. So I have visited with the band teachers, and I was make sure they're still aware of the proper protocol that we must follow and what they must do to maintain a safe learning environment as they learn how to practice or sing in band or choir. So I've already visited with and I've also shared this with the building leaders as well. Next slide, please. Key safety requirements to allow for students singing and playing in wind instruments include prohibiting unvaccinated students from sharing of instruments and supplies, implementing and training unvaccinated students on protocols to ensure that students maintain social distancing 6 feet while playing and singing and 3 feet at other times, especially when assembling and disassembling instruments, using disposable absorbent pads or other receptacles where possible to catch the condensation expelled from water keys that will be discarded or cleaned properly after use. And I want to say this, after looking into their all band rooms and choir rooms, those teachers do have the things properly stored in their classroom. They're also been notified by their building leaders of if they need more of these cleaning solutions or hand sanitizers, things like that. They know where to go. Most importantly, they know who to ask and know where to go. So our schools are already properly equipped with this. So everybody's aware. It's been communicated for those teachers, and they know what to do. Next question, please. I don't know why. Next slide. As per guidance from New Mexico Activity Sports Medicine Advisory Committee, any student who has had a COVID-19 infection must complete the self-isolation period and then receive medical clearance from a medical professional using the COVID-19 medical clearance form before returning to participation in MEA sanctioned activities. Students who have COVID-19 infections and have received clearance for participation must continue to follow the protocols given for return to activity.
Question.
Yes.
Mr. Switch,
Yes, sir.
is that still 5 days?
Yes, 5 days.
All right.
And from 5 days, and if they come back, they have to wear 5 days of the mask. That was what was shared with me.
5 and 5.
Yes, 5 and 5.
So I have a
Thank you.
question.
Go ahead.
Sure.
You're the President of the United States and you're still coughing. Just saying.
Like me. So I wanted to stop you long slides before, but anyhow, we now have such a thing called monkeypox. And so from what I gather is that those are obvious sores on the skin. And so, it really, I guess I'm looking at this as an, if I had a child and they're participating in sports and seeing this here now, and you talk about COVID-19 and how, my child was diagnosed and said, you have COVID-19 and you need all this and that to come back. And yet, say I know of another athlete that's has sores and may possibly be, and then yet they're not treated. and yet you're having my child do this, go through the process, and so we really need to look at this and where this monkeypox is. I've heard one theory behind it, and then but to me, from all that I gather, and I think one that's pretty consistent is the sores, and so I wanted to throw that out a long time ago, and I'm wondering, did you get any information on that, or did it even come up?
Well, I thank you. First, I want to say thank you for bringing that up. Before I answer that question, is Devin does a great job. I want to say this. There's not a time I collaborate with Devin every day, whether it's 5 minutes or 30 minutes of any new changes, especially when it comes to the monkeypox. I have not heard anything from the Department of Health about anything like that. We have very good athletic trainers at our sites. They do a wonderful job. They have educated me. That's why they're there. And I can assure you, if something like this does occur, they will make sure they get the information out to make sure, like I previously mentioned, that as everyone's in a safe environment, because they're not going to do anything that's going to harm any of our students or student athletes or any faculty. We have great staff here, and I do my best to get and work with Devin, because he does a great job of keeping up on this information to share with me.
I don't know how many cases there were, but a week and a half ago, there was 10 cases in New Mexico with that monkeypox.
And I can assure you that everybody's aware of it, and I can assure everybody is getting valuable information to share to us. And if something does happen, everybody has a plan of action and they know what to do. I can assure you. I say that. Yes.
Even with that, I mean, I know from what I've heard on the news and what I've seen is that it's a sore, it's a skin condition. Okay, but even then, we are not allowed to just presume. So what are our testing? What are our
Hasn't come out yet. We're awaiting the guidance. So we're all hoping it goes away before we have to do all because it'll be different. I mean,
but yeah, I'm just throwing that out there.
The last that I heard about monkeypox is that there have been no deaths from it. And the other thing is, it is predominantly with male homosexuals.
Well, even I don't know about that, but we just can't assume. And monkeypox is not going to wait on us to develop something to. But what I'm looking at is the rights of our students, and then the safety of them also. So
I think the social distancing requirements we have, especially in the Navajo Nation schools, are going to help, and we probably need to make sure we emphasize the sanitizing in the hands, and then just see what kind of guidance we get.
Yeah, well, we're
to teachers, really.
Yeah.
Said this was 8 days ago. New Mexico has nearly 1,000 vaccinations on hand, and another 3,600 will be delivered over the coming months. So they're in the process of getting the
vaccine for monkeypox.
Yeah, vaccinations for. So.
Anything else?
No.
Proceed, Mr. Bush.
All right, thank you. Next slide, please. Um, but one of the things that I do want to mention on this one is that when this has been collaborated as a team effort, um, and most important, any school event, any activity event, most and foremost is our safety of all people that attend this event or who are participating in the event. And when thinking about this decision, when it comes to no bags or outside food or drink, the foremost thing is being consistent across the board. You know, hearing, I did extensive listening, talking. I mean, I talked to a variety of people from different school districts. And the most important thing of this is the safety of all people that are attending or participating in our athletic events. That is very important. Having the experience and safety and being part of a safety team within our district, you want to cover all bases to make sure everyone's safe. And this is going to take a team effort, and it's very important that we collaborate with one another. I can assure you that I've already been visiting with Candace all day. How are we going to train our people that work? And I can assure you, I have already talked to principals about this. I've talked to ACs about this. I've talked to coaches about this, and they have a plan of action in their schools right now if something does occur. They know who to go to. If the administrator or the administrator designee is there, they have a plan. I sent this out 2 weeks ago. Everybody pretty much knows of any event that should occur, they have a plan of action. And we're going to do our best to put people there at our athletic events to make sure everyone is safe, to where they have a fun, enjoyable time there. And it's, that's one of the things that was shared with me as an athletic coordinator is the behavior of our fans, sportsmanship. And that's a key thing. And it's not just in this geographical area of our school district. It's statewide. Most importantly, it's nationwide. And what's that? Displaying good sportsmanship.
And our fans, how did you put that?
Excuse me?
And you said something about fans?
I was going to say, as you are aware, there is some type of information that's being shared in some type of social communication about the misbehavior of fans. We got great fans here. I'm not saying, that's what I'm saying, but it's my job as an athletic coordinator and I share that at all of our parent meetings. But this is an issue that, we want to instill in all of our people that come to our events is good sportsmanship and displaying good sportsmanship. And we do. And I can tell you this, I've been on both sides. I'm a high school basketball official and a high school baseball umpire. And trust me, at times it's not very pleasant. It's not. And that is my job, is to make sure everybody's informed and that information is communicated and that information is shared to all fans. We're going to do everything we can within our department with our leadership to make sure everyone's prepared, has the information to make sure our sporting athletic events are safe. So we have decided there will be no bags, outside food or drinks, The only exception to the bags is diaper bags, medical bags will be allowed. And repeating myself, there will be training. There will be training at each site for those that work of things of what to do and who they need to communicate with.
So, what policy, board policy, supports your no bags or outside food or drink?
From my information, this has been instilled since this school district. This has been instilled since 2017.
So, what policy
No bags.
besides the, where did you pick this up? The 2017 admin decision?
That was something that has been put in place, and this was as looking and from my experience, this was put in place. I know that as a teacher at one of the schools here within the district, this took place after an Aztec shooting.
That's when they did that. I remember when they did that.
So, at the time, if you would like to know some history here, at the time, and what I recollect is apparently there was a meeting. What do you call, what is your position? Athletic director.
Coordinator.
Anyhow, there was that meeting held in Farmington. And it wasn't until there was an event or a basketball event that happened in Kirtland that all of a sudden we were getting phone calls during our meeting in Kirtland. And so alerting us, and then on top of that, one of them was my father and my daughter, and saying that they were asking for driver license. And this was all taken upon themselves, not going through the board, nothing. We had no knowledge of that occurring, or we didn't know of the meeting. We didn't know those were the actions put in place. And when we started asking, that's when we found out that this meeting was held in Farmington High School, and that they had come together, and it was after the Aztec accident there, or the
Incident.
what happened
Shooting.
there.
Yeah,
So,
shooting.
And since then, we have talked about it again, because, well, first of all, that didn't stand, was the IDing and no purses and things like that. But people are taking it amongst themselves, and I still hear, well, the principal is the one that runs the school, so therefore they dictate what happens. And nothing has come to the board. And when it did come to the board, there was suggestions from a board member at that time that there would be clear plastic bags, and that was acceptable. Clear plastic bag. But that wasn't settled upon, because you have, female items that you don't want visible. And so, and I think that the whole issue just kind of just went away. Nobody really wanted to say. But since then, I've heard a bunch of complaints, and I know we haven't really taken a stand on it. We haven't, because my feeling is, okay, some of these complaints on the school side, on the staff side, it's ridiculous. One, for example, was a cheerleader. She had her bag. She couldn't bring it in. And she's a cheerleader for that school. And that's ridiculous. And so the parent was very upset. And then athletic, I mean, why are we allowing for our band, our sport organizations, our clubs to go into selling items like cushions, seat cushions, when they're being confiscated? That's, I mean, but then I don't want to be the one to say, oh, let's disregard it, because what if something does happen? So that's the word I leave with people when they share with me what has happened, their complaint. I leave that with them. And if something happens, then what? But again, you know, we some of these things are just ridiculous. And we need a whole board to really decide on what's going to happen. And you know, if there's no bags allowed, I mean, Kirtland, Shiprock, I know they do tournaments during the school day, such as basketball. What are those students supposed to do with their backpacks? And then a lot of the giveaways prior to school starting, you know, these I don't know who they were, but they gave away free supplies, and backpacks was one of them. And so, you know, times are hard right now, and parents, you know, as far as the clear, it's not possible. And so, you know, we're just gonna have to really come together and really find out what we are going to do about these things. And then we talk about COVID. I know a person, never thought of it, never crossed my mind, but I asked about, you know, if there was a concession, and they go, oh, we don't know who's in there. You know, with COVID going around, I don't want to get food from there. So it goes both ways. So if there's some has specific dietary, we're just really gonna have to come together as a board and find out what, you know, decide on what we need to do here.
Yeah, because it's one thing for a school to post that, but then they start using the word policy.
Mm-hmm. There's no
Well,
policy.
there is no policy. And again, that's just like where a lot of people will utilize when you ask them a question. Well, the district said, well, who's the district? Or the state said, who in the state said that? Reference a statute, reference a policy, so then we can abide by it. Or people would have to abide by it. If not, then people need to quit assuming the authority and creating these things and again creating the resentment. And that, to your point, Ms. Aspas, I would even dare say, and I won't venture very far with this comment, but with even some of the educational programs are supposed to come in front of the board. States that in the policy, the board approves it. But yet they're enacted. And again, people will say, oh, the district said, oh, it's a mandate.
But we get it.
Absolutely.
The board gets it.
Absolutely. So that, and that's my point to kind of punctuate what you're saying there, is that people utilize that language and it's quite frankly non-applicable.
First of all, when this happened, it was the district AD. Secondly, now we're still going to maintenance. When is somebody going to come to the board? So
Good point.
Anything else?
No, I guess, again, just to kind of reiterate that when people utilize that language, they need to be very clear and specific rather than using it as a tool to force people to do things.
Instead of abusing it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they absolutely. And that would, again, that goes from what we've seen, what's being presented in respects to the bags, or even some of those educational practices in the buildings. My 2 cents. Well,
May I
actually,
make a statement also?
Yes.
I think this discussion, it is very important that we have this discussion, and I think it warrants additional information, maybe best practices, what other school districts are doing, and then, like Ms. Aspas stated, that we as a board need to make that decision so it's clear that there's no ambiguity and people and no one pushing policies that aren't there. So I think we have to have get more information and have that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Switch.
you're muted.
Thank you very much. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Ms. George has her hand up.
Ms. Jordan.
Hi, yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions. So the no bags and outside food, that's going to be implemented in Shiprock, Kirtland, and Newcomb, correct? Like, we're not going to have Shiprock enforce that rule, and then in Kirtland, they're allowing bags and food in, correct, Mr. Switch?
That is correct.
Okay, and then what is the training for the gate workers that's going to be implemented?
So as a leadership team, we have got together and we have put together things to handle disgruntled fans. We've as far as proper protocol, as far as who to make contact with, and also who do we need to make all types of situations of handling a disgruntled fan that come to the game. So we're going to use all methods of learning about, what they need to do, who they need to communicate with, who they need to approach, and how you should do things professionally and what you shouldn't do. So we will go over that. We're putting that together. And once we put that together, we will be having our training. I can assure you that training will be starting next week.
With that training, how are we going to ensure that the gate workers and the staff at the gate are that their safety is ensured because there's no security, there's no police officer in Newcomb or Kirtland. I'm sorry, Shiprock, but Kirtland has the sheriff there that's always attending the athletic events, because we have some, not all, but a few fans that get really disgruntled, and they get really mad for not being able to bring in bags and bring in food, and they get very, very hostile. They cuss you out, they throw their money at you, they call you names, and it's very hard. And for those gate workers, they're just people who just volunteer, and then they get a little, I think it's $35 for that game. And then you have the athletic secretaries who are at the events, making sure that those rules and the gates are enforced there, and just having staff there to take care of those potentially escalated violent incidents is not, it puts them in a not safe position without security or without police officers. Are there going to be security guards there at the games in Shiprock and Newcomb?
That's in the works right now. We are working on how we can get security at our games. I know that Devin and David are working very hard on that, and then I do know that they share that with me as well as the other leaders. So we are doing our best on that. I do want to share this. We'll share it again. Like I said, stealing a playbook from Sally of the New Mexico Activity Association. You know, this is a concern, and she made it very clear. You know, principals, athletic coordinators, they need to be more visible. They need to be walking around as well, watching this, especially what's happening at the front gate. It's no more of isolation in one spot. And she made it very clear that ACs and principals or our administration designee need to be more visible, knowing at all times what's going on. Yes, I understand that at some games there's more fans than others, but we're going to do our best to make sure everything is safe.
And then my other question is, the students, where are the athletes when they're going out of town for games? Isn't the when they eat, before it was like $12 an athlete that could that was their limit for their meals. Has that increased, or is that still the same according to all the athletic budgets for the schools, the high schools and middle schools athletic budget?
That's still being discussed, and it's still being. There's no final answer at this time.
And then have our bus costs gone up in the district? Have those increased as well?
The transport, yes, I've spent 3 hours talking to Cindy. The transportation cost has gone up, as well as diesel fuel, as well as bus drivers' salary.
Okay. Yeah, I was just asking about that budget because of the inflation at restaurants and stuff right now. But thank you.
According to the president, there's no inflation investment. So
Yeah.
just saying. Just saying.
What are you talking about?
Just say that there's
Uncle Joe.
it's holding on to that.
Are there any other questions from the board?
I have a, so when these games happen or these events happen, do we have signage up there that, letting them know that we reserve the right to to
service.
remove, yeah, remove or refuse. Is there signage like that? Have you noticed?
Yes, there is. Yes.
Where?
Well, there is the signage, but I'm making sure that information will be posted. And I've also communicated with other ACs within our district and outside of our district about sportsmanship behavior. That will be posted at athletic events.
You know, for many years, I believe, well, there's been some times that I've gone through the ticket, and they're at Shiprock High, and you know, to be honest, they're not so friendly, and that's probably why they get a lot of attitude. And so, but then again, I think some of this inconsistency adds to that. And the past couple of years, I've gotten many complaints, especially about a coach and the attitude on the court, attitude in different places, and throwing things around, badgering other players on the other team, and no accountability whatsoever. No accountability. Those complaints were, some of them were videoed, some of them were backed up, verified, but still no accountability. So when we say that about our fans and about our spectators, then it needs to be the same way on the other side also. So, but I believe most of it is due to the inconsistency. People take it upon themselves. I mean, last year, went to that game and you were there, but I end up coming through and there was 2 board members from the opposing team that wanted to show up. So they came through the front ticket, even though I tried to give them directions to the back, and that didn't, they couldn't find it. So they came through the front, and one of those ticket people yelled at them, belittled them. So I know for a fact that our own people are horrible. They are not nice. I'm sure you do. And so again, no accountability, no, I didn't report it. And I should have,
But it's our people.
but it's our people.
We can make sure that Mr. Switch is on
And
top
so-
of that this year.
So, you know, we got to look at both, and these events, these sports, they generate money, especially Shiprock and Kirtland, and now Newcomb's really entering that picture. So, you know, we can't fix everything, we can't repair everything, but it is a two-way street too.
I think probably, other than signage, you know, I think it's before a game starts, the announcer ought to announce.
It is.
That is not.
I think that's required.
They do. They do.
And anybody in violation will be removed.
Yeah, but this is at the gate. And I think at the opening, I think if there's signage there saying, then they've been warned. And
Well, yeah, I'm not saying not have a sign, I'm saying on top of, not in lieu of.
yeah, and during this,
Yeah, they
during
do.
the,
I don't remember hearing, but then I haven't been to.
that's why the
Anything but a
popcorn was
basketball.
so good. You were
Can I
eating.
make a comment, Board President?
Yeah,
I agree, but I think what would be required would be setting clear guidelines and expectations for our people. Like Ms. Aspis did state that it is a reflection on our school district when people behave badly, as well as on not just our school district. If we go to other school districts, the same thing is applicable. And I agree, having clear guidelines and signage that states what our policies are in regards to disruptive behavior, I think would help. And then maybe other more support if possible. I know that there's always limitations in personnel, but a lot of frustration comes from the lack of bodies, people helping at those events too. So maybe we just have to figure out how to better staff the events to ensure the safety, but also better staff the events so that people aren't feeling overwhelmed, and then setting the clear expectation of behavior, how to de-escalate, how to provide good customer service. Thank you.
thank you. Is there anything else for?
Just sounds like a really good business decision to do that. Wink, wink.
Thank you, Mr. Switch.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Item F on here is be moved to Tuesday. Future discussion. We'll not take care of that one tonight. So the next is G, procurement over.
Why is that being moved?
You want me to address that?
Sure, go ahead.
When they were presented, that was originally supposed to be on Tuesday, and the gentleman who's presenting is Mr. Russell, and he had prepared for Tuesday, and he didn't realize on the board agenda until today, or for this meeting. So he is mostly ready, but he will be ready on Tuesday. So we're just moving into Tuesday.
So there's almost four of you working on the agenda. How is that overlooked?
Because we assumed that it was going to be on tonight, and we didn't realize that he had meant for it to be Tuesday. That's I mean, I'll take responsibility for it. I assumed it was going to be tonight.
Because we got to remember, when we do these agendas, the public gets that notice, and they see that, they say, oh, Donovan's going to do a presentation, so they're expecting that. And then this late in the game, maybe they wanted to go to the fair, and yet they were sitting here waiting.
Well, we mentioned at the beginning of the meeting.
So I'm just.
But before you got here, we mentioned it. So, but now they're going to be excited to come Tuesday. So
Again.
we'll have better attendance at our next board meeting in person.
That's kind of a smart arse remark, comment, suggestion, but.
With all due respect, I agree with you. We will do it. We'll make sure we look at the agenda.
Yes, because this is public, and we gotta make sure that we are.
Yes, ma'am.
Dotting our I's, crossing the T's.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item G, procurement over 60,000. Mr. Yazzie.
Thank you, Board President. Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. Yes, the next item on the agenda is the purchase orders exceeding 60,000. There is a number of listing of the purchase orders, 46 of them. These purchase orders are, majority of them are blanket POs for the utilities for this school year, as well as contracts that the district will be paying out for this school year. Like, for example, the first one is the Canon printing service or financial services there for $120,000. This is the contract service that the district uses for its copying service. You have the city of Farmington for $550,000, and all the way down we have the utility services, as well as the contract services for our substitutes, our services for provided by the nurses, as well as construction projects that are continuing on, that are referenced from last school year. One of those examples of those construction projects are the canopies number 42 for cooperative educational services. I believe that project started last year, and this is a continuation of those contracts. So there's a listing of 46 of these that have been put in this past month.
So may I ask a question before we go any further? Number one, item one, that canon that you just talked about, and the item 7, why are those two, the amounts the same?
Number 1 and number 7. Let me go look at number 1, at number 7.
It was different.
Where?
29.
Yeah, the purchase order is different.
Where?
It says PO on 1-23000
Okay.
22, and then
Well, that
230029.
why is it the same total? How do you end up having equipment lease for exactly the same amount as the services and maintenance?
I'm looking for the second purchase order. Just give me one moment.
Do we leave all of that because
Apparently.
So when I'm looking at number 7, so you have one for maintenance and the other one for the lease there. So there's two, I believe there's two. I would actually have to look into the actual invoices for these and the purchase order. I can get back with you and send a report to Mr. Carlson to give to the board.
I'd like for it to be presented on Tuesday, Mr. Carlson.
Why there's two?
Why there's two, and they're both POs, and why it's both that same amount. And 120,000 seems like it's popular because
Yeah, that's interesting.
Lower Valley Water Co-op, that's the same balance.
It looks like one is the equipment lease, and then the other is for maintenance. So for the two maintenance services for the Canon, just what I'm seeing.
Can I also make a statement?
Yes, you may.
I was under the belief, because I think 2 or 3 meetings ago, and then last meeting, that the way that this is presented, all of the billing was presented, was going to be different, on a different format, to have an area, a description, to expand on what services were rendered, and, for example, how many copiers were purchased or are under maintenance, and all that was supposed to be put in a different the spreadsheet in a different way. I think we keep, to me, and I feel like we keep hearing the same explanation. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And we continue to have these questions, which is time consuming and kind of aggravating because we go through it and it doesn't give enough explanation of why things are costing, especially $120,000. So when is that process going to take place? I would like that to have that process be implemented next month. I mean, using an Excel spreadsheet instead of having to have the same system in place, or where the reporting continues to be the same and confusing at times. Thank you.
Thank you.
A question?
Yes, go ahead.
Items 19 through 24, student support services. For the teleservices, all those together were just under $600,000. My question is, in respects, because it's the teleservice, what kind of return on investment are we getting for our students? One, how many hours a week are we getting that service? And how many months does each of the schools receive that service? And then that doesn't include the additional $103,000 for the telespeech as well, as a total of $1.2 million. And I know that I've stated before about trying to come up with some sort of metrics to be able to gauge and qualify the services that are being rendered. Because if you start bringing it down, again, how many hours a week? That's a lot of money that's being paid for those services, and it's all teleservices.
I can answer that a little bit, and maybe Ms. Sutherland can jump in, only because I recognize a couple of the names on there from my previous school. And I don't want to bring up names as we're talking about this, but each of those folks on there, for instance, especially the teletherapist, basically replaces an individual who would have been hired.
Understood.
And so as far as the workload that they have, it would be the exact same as if you had somebody who was hired for the building, in most cases. And in some cases, it could be a little bit more. Now, specifically how many hours, that'd be rough to break down, because they also are involved with all the IEPs, with the time spent writing IEPs, and just as anybody would be if they're employed through the district. And so those amounts, although they're higher than we would pay through our district, we don't give them anything beyond that. So we're not taking care of we're not taking care of their insurance with that amount or anything else, or retirement. Whereas if we hire an individual, so I think the costs are pretty similar for the most part. I mean, I agree with you that it'd be better if we had a little bit more of a breakdown, and I think we could probably provide that. But as far as exactly the number of people that are involved, I think it would be very similar to if we were able to hire them. It's just in this day and age, we can't hire the SLPs. We can't hire. It's really difficult to hire nurses.
I understand that, Mr. Carlson, and we've had this conversation before. We would much rather have a human being sitting in front of the child providing the service, and under the circumstances, it's pretty damn hard to get that right now. My concern is just the quality of service that's being provided for the money that we're paying. I think it's a fair question.
Fair question.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, with that pointed out, 19 through 24, the way I look at this is that each person is getting 99,500, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
well, the company's getting that much for the person. So I don't know how much the company gives that person. That's how much we're paying the company for that person. So basically, what we're paying the company would include all the benefits, that package. So that 99,000 is just exactly what we're spending. So it's up to the company to decide how they want to pay that individual I'm assuming the company takes a cut of every single one of them. I don't know what that is.
That's how they make money.
I imagine it's a fair chunk. And then they
So
also, so
So-
those folks have to buy their own insurance, and they also have no retirement to the state of New Mexico.
So, my thoughts were, I'm trying to be nice. Okay, so when we were dealing with this, I thought the district paid that contractor what was needed.
The actual person, the individual?
Yeah. Or more of an itemized. Is this say I went to Nijoni, or that person went to Nijoni,
Okay.
this long, maybe 4 hours. Went back to Kirtland, maybe so many hours. That's how I thought it was paid. But I see that it's a lump sum. And is this every month?
No, that's a year.
For the year.
So okay.
So it's like a salary, but that's what we pay the company. I don't know what
The company is providing the labor to provide that service, and that's what we're paying them.
Mm-hmm.
So again, my question was, for the money that we're paying for that service, what is the quality and return on investment towards our kids? And again, we've talked about this before, Ms. Aspis, about how we would much prefer a human being, especially when it comes to speech or some of those other services that are being provided, to have that human being sitting in front of them doing that. And again, that's my concern, is the quality that we're getting for the money that we're paying.
So this had gone through the procurement process, right?
Yeah, I think that Ms. Sutherland is online, and she might be able to answer some of these questions and articulate them better than I did.
Well, and then, with some of that language and just kind of assuming how it's worded and how it's arranged, to me, I would think that my understanding was that this is like, we talk about anti-donation, and we're already paying for services that maybe will be worth $99,500 for the year. I'm trying to be nice, but
Okay, that's fine. Ms. Sutherland, are you on there? Could you kind of, the way that you were answering that, you've explained it to me a little bit better than I can. So why don't you go ahead and explain it? Thank you.
Good evening. So the procurement process, and then the RFP has the hourly rate that each company charges for that SLP service. They're 37.5. They do timesheets every week. They're signed off. The progress on the quality of what they're receiving is documented within the individual education plan, which is their IDA individual education plan, which is required by law. And so far, most of our students show progress annually. We have meetings, there's progress reports that go to the families every 9 weeks that go out with the report card. That's all mandated by the regulations of the law. It's a requirement. So we have Christy Brown supervises them, and they are meeting going over caseloads. They do evaluations, attend the IEP meetings. So how we do it is by caseload. So for an SLP, the ratio is 1 to 60. And so they can see kids from Najoni to Kirtland. And we also have, we had a welcome back with the superintendent, just so, get familiar with the staff and how the systems we use internally. Christy meets with them weekly. They have expectations. They're each provided a recruiter. And so anytime that we have issues, which sometimes occurs, then we talk to the recruiter and then the recruiter handles that incident. In the past, we've had to have it, where some people just don't work out, but it's their job, it's that company's job to fill in right away. So the services are required. The students have, they're by their civil rights are afforded these services. So we make sure that we're providing the service and making sure documentation is happening. They're doing their duties of max capture, which is the documentation system that we use, which, if you'll remember, we talked about how the Medicaid, it all ties into the Medicaid, their service. So that's basic in a nutshell.
I know we can't spend time on this, but that's my thought, is that we're prepaying and assuming that's the way it looks, and that kind of salary, and we don't even do that with teachers. So it's just interesting how. And I always thought that, they provided some type of timesheet and then we paid into that. And that kind of money, I mean, if you look at, to me, they're able to bank that and get interest and even more. And so, anyway.
Ms. George has it.
Anyway.
May I respond? It's Amanda.
Yes.
So just to clarify, so we have to have a purchase order in place. So the purchase orders are based on their hourly amount. And then, so that's what you're seeing here is the hourly amount and what the purchase order would be. So you're correct that they turn in a weekly timesheet. So we don't pay on the day the kids aren't there. If they don't come to work, then we don't pay. So all of that is accurate. And then
how is it that you can say you don't pay when there's already 99,000 going over there?
Well, that's just like any service that it's estimated on the price. And then, so like if we're saying 185 days, but they only work 170, they're only getting paid for the 170. So the money would just be income, would go back to it stays in the pot. But you have to have a purchase order in place, and that is based off of their hourly rate. So they're not salaried, but they're on the hourly.
I have a question then. This is just the amount of the purchase order. It doesn't necessarily reflect how much they're going to get paid. So we're estimating ahead of time and making a purchase order for that amount. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, exactly that. We so the purchase order is just to upfront and to get it in the system. so that we can pay out the weekly rate. So like I said, if they're absent, that's in our contract, is that we don't pay for the service that's not rendered.
Okay, so that there may be money left in that purchase order at the end of the year if they don't use it all then, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Chair, can I make a comment?
They're making interest off of it.
Not getting paid.
No.
They're not getting paid.
No.
Not getting paid.
We hold that purchase order.
Oh, we do.
Yes.
Chair,
Okay.
can I make a comment? This is Mr. Deswood.
Deswood, go ahead.
So from the accounting aspect, what is created is a liability. So all it is doing is setting aside on our balance sheet a liability for $99,556. And then once those timesheets are submitted, invoices are submitted, then we deduct it from our account. All it's doing is creating a note payable, a liability on our balance sheet. And it's just setting aside so that we know down the future that we have money set aside to pay each of these contractors. Thank you, Chair. President.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Accountant.
I assume you're an accounting instructor.
That is correct, yes.
I knew that.
I have a question. May I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
In terms of all these support services, are there any, do we have any of those support services on staff that don't go through this company? Do we have any that are employed by CCSD? Thank you.
Very few. I think honestly, we have one SLP right now.
We do?
We do. I saw him just the last day or two in his building. So
Oh, wow.
I don't know if I'm supposed to mention names. We do have one. It's Mr. Bruce Martin.
Just say the position.
He's a speech language pathologist, and we have one. I know we have at least one.
And we do have an occupational therapist, a PT, physical therapist, sorry. Then we have some, they're called CODAs, but they're they work under the occupational therapist. So they're able to give services and document their services, but then they work under the OT's license. Then of course we have diagnosticians and school psychologists. We have a few nurses that are district as well.
Board President, may I make another comment? This is Mr. Deswood again.
Go ahead.
So this is pretty common for hard to fill specialists. When I was employed in Farmington Municipal Schools, I had a speech and language pathologist zooming in with my students. So it's a way to fill those it's a way to provide services for those hard to fill positions. And these are some positions that are hard to fill, not just within Central Consolidated, but across New Mexico and across the United States. Thank you, Board President.
Thank you.
So
Can I ask another question?
Just a minute. Let me check with George. She's had her hand up here for a while.
Oh, okay, sure.
Miss George?
Yes, thank you. My only comment was to make sure that we have these the tele services that they are billing. That way, the district can get reimbursed through Medicaid, and just to make sure that they're billing and also doing their medical notes in Max Capture, because that's how they're billed and the district is reimbursed. Thank you.
Ms. Haskey. Thank you, Ms. George. Take your hand down, please.
I was just wondering what was the percentage of those positions filled. I understand there's a shortage everywhere, as there is a shortage in teaching. the teachers also, but what is the percentage that we have that are filled by our school district as opposed to being contracted out? Thank you.
If I may, Mr. President, may I please?
Go ahead.
My question again is derived from ensuring the quality of service, especially again when they're done through that format. It's very easy to say, oh yeah, they're getting, because they're there right there on the screen. So technically speaking, they're getting, but how do we quantify that quality? That's really why I was asking the question.
Sure.
So
It's a tough question to answer.
yeah, I understand that.
And I think my question kind of is in line with Mr. Montoya's, because I think when you are employed, in most cases, when you're employed with a company, there's loyalty and there's actual more accountability to the company that you're employed with, rather than being a contractor. You're more like a visitor. So that's kind of just where I was asking my questions in regards to what is the percentage of those services being contracted out as opposed to the people that we actually employ who are CCSD employees. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just say one more thing, last thing? When I, just so maybe this will help. When I first started 8 years ago, there was like 3 SLPs and an OT and the PT. And then if you think about it, in a big Office of Civil Rights complaint going on in Newcomb. So if you look back to then and to what our kids are receiving now, it's a huge, huge progress. And the service of the students has improved over these 8 years. Our turnover, although they're contractors, is very low the last 3 years, even the last 4 years. Right now, the only openings that we have are the non-clinical social workers, the social workers with bachelors, and but all the service of an IEP is being delivered, and our nurse staff has increased, and again, we have people wanting even though they're contractors, they're coming back and working and serving our students, and we've been working with Berlinda and Cheryl and making sure that they're getting cultural training for our families and our kids. And so I just wanted to say that, you know, when it comes down to the service of our kids, that's gotten so much better. It's improved and we're staffed in that manner. But I do understand the concern about the therapists, and we continue to work hard to find therapists to come to the district. Thank you.
Ms. Aspa, since you have the floor.
Yes, I have a question. And mine is just more the finance part of it. And I you know, just looking at this, the listing here, it this is procurement and exceeding 60,000. So, you know, with that's what made me wonder. And you don't just write POs. I mean, they in my financial world, you know, that means you actually purchase something, you know, for that amount. And so, you know, looking at that cost there, you know, 556,000. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in 6 places. You know, that shows to me And with different work, purchase orders, you know, that shows to me that that money, apparently, you're saying that it's set aside and it's used to their timesheets, and as they go along, they take from that. But you know, to me, the way this looked, it seemed like we're already paying for services. And then it really matters is if that lump sum is there at that particular contractor, or is it still here with the district? Because then you go into interest, and that's what my thoughts were. And you know, boy, they're really making it, you know. So those were my thoughts and my concerns over that. But still, you know, I still go back to, you don't just make purchase orders. And I don't know if Mr. Deswood would like to answer that, seeing that he has some accounting background. I don't see that as a normal procurement, or yeah.
Board President, may I answer?
You may.
So that 99,556, all it's doing is creating a liability on the balance sheet. So all that's saying is it's allocating funds for, let's say, number 24, a gifted nurse. And like Ms. Sutherland said, Mr. Carlson and I met them, and there were probably about 40 or so specialists that were in there. And what ends up happening is once an invoice is created, maybe in a 2-week period, they submit an invoice based on their hourly rate. Mr. Yazi or Ms. Sutherland can provide you more details, but usually if it's about 100,000, you're with your fringe benefits, their salary is probably about maybe 70 to 75,000. I'd say usually fringe benefits are about 35 to 38% of total amount. So of that 99,556, I'd say about 72,000 would be about the salary for that gifted nurse, Mr. Thompson, on number 24. So invoices are just submitted to the district, and then it's paid, which is a typical accrual process. If it was a cash basis, then once it was submitted, then we pay by the invoice. Once they submit an invoice, then we pay them. But more than likely, a large organization uses accrual accounting, which then we create a liability on our balance sheet, just so that we know and we allocate funds for the entire year. So I hope that answers your question, Board Member Aspis. And just to clarify, if there was anything going on with those 120 amounts up above, whenever an audit occurs, the auditors will come in and see if any of those accounts were not or inaccurately accounted for. So that's why we pay an auditor to come in and look at those accounts to make sure everything was done properly, and our RFP process and our processes and procedures are in place to make sure that we are providing an equitable opportunity for businesses to apply for any of the services that we're seeking. I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Board President.
Does that answer your question?
For now.
Not satisfactory.
Yeah. For now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Desmond.
You're welcome.
Number 46. Center for the Collaborative Classroom, SIPPS, instructional material. My understanding that has to do with phonics.
Yes, sir.
question I have in regards to that is, do we not have phonics experts within the district to provide that service?
We do to an extent, but we also have all of our K-2 teachers trained in SIPS instruction. And that's something that's gone back from way before I've been here. So all those teachers get the instruction, and then we make sure that they all have the materials for that instruction.
So that's all materials for it.
That should be, yeah.
And that's nothing they've had before.
It's probably most of this one, I imagine, is replacement cycle materials, because there's quite a few materials, but there's a lot of materials with that particular program that are what's the word? They go through those materials and they need to be replaced.
Mm-hmm.
So and again, that's one of those programs that we want to make sure that phonics is a push for our district, because we have so many students who are below
reading. I understand that. I mean,
and I think in the past couple of years, especially, the phonics instruction has been one of those pieces where we've kind of given lip service and said, "Oh, yeah, we do SIPs, we do these other things," and we haven't really gone and provided enough materials for everybody to utilize them properly. So hopefully this is an attempt to make sure everybody has what they need to do it justice.
I have a question. So is this material, curriculum and instruction, who is that for?
For the SIPs?
The 46, the phonics.
It's for the teachers, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
For all kindergarten through second grade teachers.
Okay, what about 43? Capturing kids.
So if you look at the purchase order on that is a training opportunity throughout the year that is given. Also, that's also the curriculum instruction. And I don't have, but the director is unable to make it this evening, so I don't know if I have all the answers you might need for that.
Kind of sort of my question again is, look at that expense in the phonics and how teachers understand how to utilize those materials or those manipulatives. And again, I know things wear out, I get it, but correct me if I'm wrong, there's a simplicity to the phonics that can be applied that a lot of the educators have themselves or should have had over the years. I know there's those who keep them and utilize them and carry them from year to year. So yeah, I don't know. It just kind of jumped out at me.
Okay. The curriculum goal is to have a system in place for phonics instruction that is not just utilizing whatever materials they may have. And so that's making sure that we're teaching phonics the same way through kindergarten and a continuum kindergarten through second grade, which is something that we haven't necessarily done a great job as a district of really enforcing it, I guess, and making sure principals were aware that is what every one of those grade levels should be doing in every building.
Yeah, and understanding that, again, if you cannot read, you cannot function. And the understanding where the emphasis really, again, this is just me in my opinion, no one having some idea of where the scores are and how not just within the district, but in the state, how we're lagging. And again, to your point, over the past 2 years, the missed opportunities of really, and I even said this to some people at the state, where the emphasis has been on testing and phonics was pushed aside. And who gets hurt in the long run are these kids, because they're not getting the necessary foundation, just as with math, but with reading, no foundation is being built to substantiate and give them that ability to properly read. And a lot of it is just phonics, that phonic development, simple phonics development. So I hope certainly that it's the district's perspective of ensuring that we really focus on, because again, you have kids, and I will say it, this innate object, unless you get that microphone, will tell you a lot. But at the same time, if the child can't read that information on that screen or in a textbook, we'll go to the numbers on the map, because you won't be able to comprehend or certainly be able to communicate that to anybody. And again, in my humble opinion, seeing the data that I have over the past couple of years, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the reading part of it. And I think, again, this is just me, that's really where our focus needs to be, is developing and building that foundation. And in some cases where you have these kids who are in second grade now in fourth grade or in fifth grade, look how much time they miss. And so look what these teachers are having to do in this case of going back to try to play catch up with these kids in fifth grade or in fourth grade. So.
Agreed. You're not the only one who feels that way.
So I hope the building principals truly understand it, because I know you and I have had these conversations that they have to have that foundation in order to succeed. And then if we fail them and can't get them to read by the time they get in junior high, we know what the statistics say. Mm-hmm. So, anyways, thank you.
You're welcome.
So with that, what type of grading do we have for each student at each school?
What type of grading? The state has taken away the grading.
Right, but I mean, do we?
Well, so what we did previous to grading, you know, I don't know how many years ago it was. It was back in the day of the NIMSPA. We made public all the testing data, and principals were actually held accountable for their school's testing data, increases, decreases, how well their students are doing in math and reading, at least on the elementary level and high school level, several subjects. And I imagine we'll continue to do that unless the state goes back to a grading system. But we need to set strategic goals to make sure that we're making progress in every school. And so we haven't had those data since 2008, since before the pandemic started. And that's one of the issues we face. We will get the data from the state testing K through 8 within the next week or two. And what schools are asked to do is use those data to go ahead and set kind of a benchmark for where we need to go. And every school should show increases. And we need to talk about what those increases need to be with our curriculum people, assistant superintendent, and myself with the principals, because we need to be showing progress. And the state's watching us to make sure we are showing progress. So that's kind of how we are moving forward. There's a chance the state would go back to grading. We don't know, but we basically grade our own without giving every school a letter grade. We grade the progress of each school, and we'll continue to do that.
You certainly know we're through the data that you see through the testing, how the kids are doing per grade level. I mean, and you can be able to pinpoint, and to your point of bringing up the principals. Again, my opinion, I'm the opinion that from the educated perspective of seeing a lot of that data in the respects to where you have a teacher who truly understands these kids and is able to make those assessments within the first week and knows what they need to do, but then may be told by a principal that, no, you're gonna do it this way. And let's just say, for the sake of discussion, a teacher or two or three or grade level is told this is what they're gonna do and how you're gonna do it. And it's 180 degrees out of phase of what those teachers know to be right. Who's that accountability falling? Especially if they're being told, again, hypothetically, they're mandating, or you will, you shall, you must use these programs, do these things. And then the teachers throw up their hands and say, what happened to autonomy? See, and that's kind of the rub that I have, that in some instances that may be happening with some people in that respects, to say that the teacher doesn't know best. And one of the things that we've talked about, and I heard it time and time again in the back to school gatherings, is support to help you, work with you. And to me, when, again, in this hypothetical school, you have somebody who does that, it takes away that autonomy. Again, at the end of the day, who's accountable? Is it still the teacher, or is the principal who told them what to do and how to do it? Or deviates tremendously away from what the educator feels and believes is truly the right thing that these kids need? Because again, it may be a situation where you have a fourth grade teacher who has to back up to second because there is no phonetic foundation. But yet the principal says, this is my way, this is how we're doing it, and this is what you're going to do. And that's a deviation of what is needed in that classroom. How do we, as a district, work with that?
Well, I can answer that question in a lot of different ways. There's always a balance between accountability and autonomy with the principal and with the teacher. And one of the things that I preach to people is, we have, in education, we've known what best practices are for 30 years, more longer than that. There's all kinds of statistics, there's all kind of research that comes out, and we know these are best practices. And it would be educational neglect in my mind if we don't use best practices. If we'd say, well, we know what works, we're just going to do whatever. So we have to balance what a good teacher does. Now, as a principal, I can always relate to myself, and I'll just tell you where I stand with it. We do have best practices laid out, and we have expectations. If we have teachers who are showing growth and have data to prove it, time and time again, consistently, then we generally will give more autonomy to those teachers
and latitude.
Yeah.
And to that point, it's kind of a conversation I had with former Secretary Ryan Stewart in Santa Fe. I ran into him and I brought up both the governor and his moonshot initiative. I'm a very firm believer in this. I said, you guys are pointed in the wrong direction. Why don't you turn around and look behind you? The answers are in your own classrooms, your own school districts, in your own backyard. Because they're the ones, the teachers are the ones that know these kids. And again, if they're worth their salt, dare I say, or certainly tenured enough to know and experienced enough how to make those assessments, I would trust the judgment of the educator to do what's right with these kids. Because especially if you have somebody that's in there for 20 years, 30 years, and can prove, because you guys have the data, just go back and look. Were they successful? Did they get yearly growth of a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years, in some cases, which to me is more powerful than a person's opinion of what they think should happen. But that's just me.
Board President, may I make a comment? Mr. Deswood.
Yes.
So I've been in 16 of our schools, and there are pockets of really good things going on. And the direction that Mr. Carlson and I look to do is to standardize that practice so that, and systemize that practice. In fact, the message that we communicated at the Welcome Back events was that what gets measured gets done. And that's what we're looking at doing, is tracking that data and systemizing so that every building, every teacher knows how to analyze data, no matter what the state criteria is. But we want to be able to isolate that. We've isolated pockets, but we want to make sure that each of the grade levels and each of the schools has a process in place so that data, we know those data pieces, and we know we have plans in place, action plans to improve from 1 year to the next. Thank you, Board President.
Yeah. That's it.
So, listening to the conversation and, I know I asked about the grading and I just want it publicly said, because that was a comment that came up social media about one of our schools being an F school. And so, I want it from, say, may I call you a horse?
Yeah.
The horse's mouth.
The horse's mouth.
that's fine.
It's not negative or anything, just,
He's a
But-
thoroughbred.
but you know, that there is no grading. And but you know, I sure hope they never go back to that. I believe in our teachers. I believe they know what they're doing, and also I think we all learned, hopefully, in the past, the leadership where, you know, taking all the principles, that didn't work. And I just hope that we are more in tune. My hopes is that our superintendent and from that you're more in tune with the wants and the needs of our teachers, and not just, you know, this authoritative thing, you know, and because we hear it. And so, you know, I don't wish to go back to grading. Again, I think our teachers do well, and I'm so glad they got rid of the testing, you know, because, you know, that not only our teachers, but all over nationally and statewide, you heard, you know, a lot of complaints. So just want that said. Thank you.
George has a hand up.
Ms. George.
Yes, thank you. I know that a lot of like what Mr. Montoya had referred to, is that a lot of the teachers, especially in the elementary, they don't have, you know, the materials needed, and you know, some of them only have online access to the Mobimax, which, you know, but they don't have like any intervention materials, and so a lot of the kids are not proficient, but yet, you know, the focus is on K through second grade, and the upper grade levels. Like I said, most of the teachers, they don't have the training, and we have students who are below grade level who get moved up to the upper grade levels, and you know, like a first grader, come to find out by the time they're in third or fifth grade, they really can't read. And also in the middle schools, you know, they have that 50, I think it's like 50. Anyway, they get a 50, they get 50 points for not even doing any work. And their GPA is probably like a 1.5, a 1.3, and they get promoted. And then you have these strong academic students who have a 4.0 or try to be above a 3.0, who have to diligently do their work and constantly, you know, stay up late doing their work, and it's just not fair across the board how the grading system is for you know, for the grade levels. That's just my comment. And you know, most of these students don't have an IEP either, so it'll be really useful to for all the elementary teachers to get trained, and in the middle school and high school as well, you know, to combat this issue. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're
on Plan K. I'll finish with procurements.
well, I don't know, we are we?
I don't know.
He just got through done with the first part of the procurement, so 60,000.
We're done with that one. Is that right, Mr. Yali?
Board President, Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, yes, we were on letter G. Now we're moving on, I believe, to letter H.
Okay. Proceed. I slipped out. I didn't know whether you had finished up with G. I apologize.
We're moving on to item H. You have first thing we have the disbursement listings for our activity funds account. For last month, we have $1,152.50. You have the operational disbursement list totaling $495,124.07. Sharon, could you go down to the invoice journal report? I think it's after, it's way in the bottom. So this is, I was just showing this to the board. This is kind of what we're looking for relating to the listings for invoices that were paid out last month. So I believe we were asking for a list of items. This is speaking with the iVision system, and this is something they helped us locate and bill. You have invoice numbers, invoice dates. You have a check number there. A check that was written, the check date, how many of the items was bought, the unit price, and you have the total dollar amount along with the purchase order number. So this is what relating to the disbursement listing. This is kind of the proposed report we were looking at presenting to the board instead of in lieu of the one we just saw, the operation disbursement listing.
Is this what, excuse me for interrupting, is this what Ms. Askey was asking for?
Yes, because to my understanding, the questions were relating to this particular report that Sharon is presenting here with the way it's itemized and listed. And so I'm just presenting to the board a proposed report of these two right here. So this one actually has a little bit more information. It lists the invoice number, check number, and quantities there. And also lists the account numbers that they come out of. Then if you go to page 5 on this report, I believe it's organized by vendor. Ms. Sharon, could you go to page 5 on this report here? Are we on page 5? One more up. And then down, go further down. I think you can see, let's see if I'm looking at the right, we're looking at the right one. On page 5 of the report, so we are looking at page right here, this one here. So this is an example of Amazon Capital Service for the vendor. If you look at the bottom of the page there, if you scroll down just a little bit more, Sharon. So on the bottom of this page for this particular vendor, it gives a recap from all the different sites and how much was spent for this vendor for last month as well too. So all of those totals totaled the $3,286.27. So I was just wanting to know if this was something that the board would like to see instead of having that operational disbursement listing. This one here.
Yeah, I can't see. I can't get a sense out of that.
No, it looks great, Donovan. You have to blow it up. I might have it here on my computer. Operational.
Yeah. So this is the one that we were normally presented. We changed this one up, but it didn't have all the information the board was asking for. So we had to ask if they could build a report or show us another report in the system that kind of asked for the information that the board was requesting. So that's the other proposed report that we were asking to see if that's what they would like to see instead. So this report here and then the other one are basically the same report in a different format.
Ms. Hosky, can you see that?
Yeah, either one of them would be fine because you could detail it, especially if you're able to do it prior to maybe showing up and go through. And then if you have questions, we can bring it up.
Yeah, that's what needs to be.
Yep.
Look through the thing. I need my old screen at maintenance desk. What was this one? My TV screen was.
Okay. All right. So this, I guess we could just let Mr. Carlson know which you would prefer the distribution list by vendor or the invoice journal detail report, because they show the same information, but one is organized by invoices and vendors, the other one's organized and the other way. I guess we can move on to the outstanding checklisting for operations.
What's going on now?
We're on outstanding checks.
So for this particular listing, you have $495,124.07. And then our outstanding checklist for activities, $1,152.50 for last month.
What about to date?
So this is from July 1st to July 31st, 2022. We're presenting the check listings from last month.
Is there any past or before July 1st?
So you have just 3 checks there, 7/21/22, 7/28/22, and 7/28/22. We don't see any in there for this particular listing.
So you're not just presenting the month, that's all of it?
So this is for the dates July 1st through July 31st, correct?
Fiscal year.
Fiscal year. This is beginning of the year.
Okay, what about any outstanding check from before the fiscal year?
The only one we're presenting are the ones for this fiscal year.
Why?
This is, as far as I know, this is the normal process that we follow. If you would like us to present prior years, we could do that because we're working on closing out those
Outstanding,
right now.
to really look and see what we have that's outstanding
Prior to the fiscal year?
prior to the month, I mean, everything. because we had some that were like maybe 6, 7 years back, and found that those were grants that they weren't handled, and so it'd be good to have a thorough.
Well, wouldn't the auditor find that?
Apparently they
didn't
and but
fire the auditor.
see, these are outstanding, and I don't know that's why it'd be good to see that if there's any.
You can do that.
And I can't remember what the solution was that they had them do, and I think the auditors were the ones that found it. And we were finally, no, I don't remember because these were grants that were unspent. And just lost them. I don't know. But yeah, it'd be good to get the whole information.
Did you get that, Mr. Yazzie?
Yes, I wrote it in my notes here.
Awesome.
Okay, so we have the expenditure for general funds, 11,000 to 23,000. Expenditures totaling $776,560.75 for the month of July. Our expenditures for grant funds, 24,000 to 29,000 for last month for all the grants. $524,801.54. And we have our expenditures for capital outlay and debt services for the month of July, $4,980,262.49. Got our revenues for our general funds. Last month, $5,560,712.89. I believe we received ad valorem and oil taxes up at the top. You can see it's $1,980.25 in addition to the oil and gas revenue, $108.93.
May I ask a question?
You may.
Mr. Yazzie, when these revenues come in such as that, what's the trail look like?
So when the revenues come in, we get a report from the that department there, and then we get a electronic fund transfers in the bank, and that is posted to these accounts, and it's receipted in as well too.
Okay, is there a specific way it's spent after that, or is it just all put into a pot?
So this one's this one here for these amounts. So what it does is, what we're doing is we're generating revenue, and so this will help us prepare the budget come next year too as well. So this money goes into the 11,000 funds here. It goes into that group because it's what's found within that 11,000 group fund there. So this revenue, this part of the ad valorem taxes goes into the operational fund.
So I noticed that in that 11,000 is the SEG
Correct.
and the impact aid. So all that is all to put together in a pot.
Yes. I'm sorry, board member Aspis. Yes, it all goes together in the 11,000 general fund account there. All of these accounts here, the SCG, the impact aid, a portion of the impact aid fund as well too.
What portion of the impact aid is this?
I believe this is the 25% portion.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So we have the revenues from the grants, fund 24,000 to 29,000. Last month we received $796,489.59.
Okay, where's the Perkins?
Towards the middle.
Carla Perkins is on the first page.
Say right there.
Right there.
Yeah, why does it have two? What is the secondary and the restricted?
So I believe the secondary is for funds that are allocated to the program. I would have to go look into this a little bit more about these grants. Usually the person who helps us with the grants here is the program manager. And so our business office is responsible for requesting for refunds and making sure that the procurement process is followed and that information is tied to the grant. So all we do is request for the money and get the documents together, submit them, and so I would have to ask the program manager on the differences between the secondary and the restricted grants there.
Okay. You know, on the other one also, sorry to go backwards, but the one that you had revenues for general, with the impact aid and ad valorem. So I noticed on their charter school admin revenue. What is that?
I think you have to ask Mr. Yazzie. What is that, Mr. Yazzie?
So the charter school admin revenue is the charter schools SCG funds flow through us, and so we charge them I believe it's it's roughly 2% of what flows through us. We're allowed to charge them up to that much, and that's the part that we keep.
Handlers fee.
Handlers fee, correct.
Oh, is that on our own doing, or is that PED's
processing it for you? Give
Hopefully, I'm sorry.
Is that something that PED
set that up? Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a chance that may change this coming year,
Mm-hmm.
and that they'll go directly through the PED, and we won't perform that anymore. That's not for sure, though. Hasn't been decided.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. So you have the capital outlay and debt services. Last month we received $36,967.94. This is where the other portion of the ad valorem taxes goes to pay for our debt service. You can see that we did generate revenue there for the capital improvements there, roughly $8,000 there for 31701 fund, and then 41,000 there was roughly $28,500 coming in. I think. Okay. You have your budget and journal entries. After working with setting up the budgets and getting things taken care of, we have them listed here. Okay, I think that concludes this section. Any questions?
That last part, the journal entries. I see on that first one, huddle being used. HUDL.
You're talking about the
Says contract and then HUDL.
oh, that one. Okay.
So is this easier to use now?
I don't have any information on that one. I don't know if Mr. Swartz would want to help, or
Are we looking at this?
I wonder if there's. Do you know anything about that one, Jared? That was done before. I have no idea on that one.
That I don't hear good things about this HUDL. You know, they
Is it what they used last year?
well, last year and the year before, and
'Cause I can look into it.
it was hard.
What is that?
It's you can go and watch the games, a recorded game, video game. This, you know, basketball, football.
Within the district.
Yeah. And I remember I tried to access it about 2 or 3 times, and it was difficult, and then it didn't show up.
Is that how most people felt trying to access it?
Yeah, the person that told me about it, I you know, shared it with me, and they said, yeah, that it was hard, it was difficult to get in and use. So wondering, are we still using it? Who requested, and if it's better now, or
I suggest, are you talking about the NFHS reporting? It's the broadcast of the games.
This one is with HUDL.
So I'm not a board member asking, so I believe this might be something, I'm not too sure, but I think this might be a service for football teams to go back and learn plays that they've ran in football games before. Just a system that they might have, but the NFHS might be the broadcast that you're talking about.
Yeah, this one was to go into a certain and watch a certain game, and I couldn't get it through, but I noticed that it's used for other things too.
And I'm not sure if that's just what I.
So
what's that one called?
On the NMAA, it's the NFHS.
Okay.
yeah, I don't.
Look into it and see the difference.
Yeah,
Board President.
whoever uses it, it'd be nice to find out if it's still
Maybe Mr. Deadwood has a.
Board President, may I answer?
Go ahead.
So this is for coaches. So the huddle, it records the football games. So years ago, you used to exchange game tapes with other coaches. So this one is done electronically. So this you get access to it. So then, if a coach wants to watch game film on another team, it's all on the internet. So the coach, let's say Kirtland played Bloomfield, we can watch, our coaches can watch that game film and then study the plays of the other. So I think the other one that board member Aspis is referring to is the one that you have to go through with the NMAA. I can't remember the name of it, but you are right, board member Aspis. It is difficult because you have to pay for it. It's like $14 for non-members, but which is a different streaming service. But Huddle is specifically for football teams to exchange game film, so opposing teams can study the opposing team. Thank you, Board President.
Real.
I think, well, in my case, I was told I could view the game through that. So, yeah. And I thought it was everybody. It was to the public. I didn't know it was a coach thing.
You're getting board privilege.
So maybe
You could tell them, Tori.
maybe it's me
You got the coach in
that.
trouble. Who's this coach that told you to do this?
No, it wasn't a coach. It was the spousal one. So,
Close enough.
Yeah, that makes it worse.
Yeah.
That's the real.
wow.
coach.
Okay,
Take it
I
on.
guess now I know why I didn't get in. Okay. Okay.
You were not allowed access.
Yeah.
Are you continuing on or are you done?
That's it. Isn't it?
Board Member Wells is asking about this one here.
No, we're done on that one.
Okay, so you have a budget adjustment request. This is a transfer bar from Fund 24101. Funds are being transferred to requests for maintenance on the vehicles for the school year.
Mr. Yazzie,
Yes, Ms. Asmus.
can we go back to that journal? And on page 5, way at the bottom. So it talks about Amazon Capital Services. That's not the Amazon.
Amazon as in the Amazon online online, is that what?
Yeah.
Yes, so this is board member Aspers, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. Yes, this is the purchases that were done from these school sites: Kirtland Middle School, Kirtland Elementary School, the Multicultural Center, as well as the Human Resources Department. These are items that were purchased from this vendor here last month.
So is that Amazon?
Amazon.com?
Yes, that is Amazon.com.
Okay. So do we have like an account for everybody, or?
So we have a district account for Amazon. They're one of our vendors. And so the school, all the schools are allowed to use that vendor since it's in the system. And so it's just letting us know how much each of the different schools or departments have spent using this vendor.
And is this approved on the CES?
So we do have a contract with them, or RFP. Yes, so we do. This has went through the procurement process here. So that's why we're allowed to use them here as a vendor.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the next item is a budget adjustment request. It's for initial budget for the Medicaid Fund 25-153. It's to set up and request for budget authority for this fiscal year. And we also have another bar to set up its initial budget to request budget authority for this year 2022 to 2023 for Fund 25-201 for the Navajo Nation, $375,442. We also have an initial budget as well too for Family Income Index. Fund 27407 for $230,669. I think those are the last of the bars for this month.
I have a question. Can you be more clear on what this really is, budget for Navajo Nation? Can you explain a little bit more?
So this initial budget request is a budget set up for the Navajo Nation Fund. This is our department working in collaboration with, I believe, the Intercultural Department, where they're actually setting up the budget for all the salaries that are going to be taken out of this particular fund this year, to include the employment benefits, whatever professional development they're going to be doing for this year, as well as contract services that are going to be happening. So that's what this is just requesting for initial budget authority after receiving the allocation from the Navajo Nation.
Okay, thank you.
So that's pass through money through JON. No, around 25219. It's correct. I didn't hear it, but it's a question.
I think that's the last of them.
Can you explain the last one?
The Family Income Index. So this was a grant that was requested for several schools.
Sneeze.
Bless you. The grant is paying for salaries for additional compensation for teachers, as well as student travel. I believe if I remember correctly, this one is for math and English, to help support the math and English at several of the schools here. So that's what this is for here. I believe Ms. Jen Halpin is not here with us today, but we applied for this grant to help these schools with math and English programs.
So why is it named Family Index? Income Index.
The Family Income Index is what the state uses to identify schools in need based on low income and poverty.
Economic circumstance.
Economic circumstance. And right now, I think all these ones for this particular year are going to one of our schools. Isn't that correct, Mr. Yazzie?
Yeah, I believe this one's going to TBA, if I remember correctly.
I think this year it's going to, isn't it Nijoni?
Nijoni, I know we had one go to Nijoni last year, and Nashchitty. I was thinking that this one was TBA, and I may be incorrect. You might be correct when you say Nijoni, though, too.
So with the building of that school in Newcomb, and then for that additional, we could do a bar based on poverty.
But it wouldn't be from the Family Income Index. It wouldn't be through that.
Why?
Because it's allocated by the PED to specific schools. And they take a certain percentage of all the schools in the state that are below low income area or low income numbers, and they just allocate funding for math and reading for those particular schools, and they give it just a chunk of money. And it's kind of, I don't know that I like the way they do it, because they identify only one school for a district for whatever the fiscal year is, which means that everybody can't get the money, and it goes directly to that one school. It's not Newcomb. So
could you try?
You can't do that. Not one you do it.
Mr. Carlson, you mind if I add?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the grants here they have a specific purpose. So I think this this one is for English and math for the school. So we have to meet the stipulations of the grant. So that's kind of what, when we do apply for them, we have to tell them how we're going to spend the money relating to those particular programs. So
this would be under bilingual and
letting them off.
yes, and immersion, and you could request, and
you're reaching, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yes, so I'm looking at right now. This one is for Nijoni. This one is for Nijoni Elementary School.
They just choose one school for the district. And actually last year they had, Nashchitty was also chosen. So
they take turn. 2022 regular season 1 week. Union contract changes that we had tabled to be.
We need item F from here.
Yep, item F. So we get the union changes on there. Also, I heard that.
So is he going to represent them?
Say it again.
You want to represent those changes?
Yeah, because I wanted the rest of the board all the board to hear it.
Now, will it go as a report, or just go in to the executive session to the board?
They'd have to have the executive session in case we need to discuss it.
So both, though?
Can we just do it in the executive session?
Can we ask Mitch else? She's on.
what?
Mr.
union
Pell?
contract came up. in the
So
last
when we
special
did
board
that
meeting.
special meeting, we talked about
And I had it tabled.
the changes to the CBA, those 3 article changes. Do we need to have that report given to all the board members before any discussion in executive session, or can we just bring it into executive session?
I mean, typically we do that in executive session. This was unique this past time because the union essentially waived confidentiality, but typically that's done in executive session.
Okay, and you have 2 other items in executive session as well?
Yes, sir.
It is the land lease and an impact aid update.
Yes, and I also have a San Juan generating station litigation update also.
We're gonna have a big old executive session then.
Not too terrible though. I mean, they're fairly discrete topics, updates, I should say.
The CBA might take a while, but anyway.
That might take a little while, yes.
Okay.
So in executive session.
So 4 things basically.
Well, I'm going to put down here 3 items for executive session, so I'm
You got them. You got them.
Mm-hmm.
Plus she could send them to you. Then also I had heard something about the implementation of PACS district-wide. I'd like to have that explained.
The what?
PACS. Re-implementing PACS district-wide.
What is that?
I don't know.
PAX.
Enlighten me.
You will get enlightened on Tuesday.
Okay.
How much you want right now?
It's a program about good behavior in the classrooms.
It's actually called the PACS.
They call
Good
it a
Behavior Game. Mr. Montoya can tell you all
Isn't
that.
that the one, what's her name? Does. Or is that something totally different?
Or I think you're going down the right path, but it was said that it was going to be re-implemented district-wide. So I just wanted to
Sort of re-emphasized more than re-implemented. It had never gone away.
Yeah. It was cast aside.
Not much of a focus.
So who's the person that?
I don't know.
It was a curriculum instruction director that stated that it was going to be reinstated.
It would either be done by Ms. Huffman or
Ms. Huffman.
I don't know what you're getting at, but you might be one of the folks who was instrumental before with Bellamy.
Mm-hmm.
That maybe who you're thinking.
She may have. I think
Yeah.
it was her that we did that.
Yeah, she's.
Bellamy's not doing it anymore, or?
She can do part of it. She's actually involved in quite a few things, and PACS is one of them. So if you would like, we can have her present. But we can definitely have that. Thank you. Got it. And we'll make sure that we have taken care with the agenda.
We don't need approval on this. We don't need to vote on this. I mean,
No action items.
Okay,
Other than the motion to adjourn.
I'm all for that one.
You mean,
We're done with 4.
we are?
Yeah.
You didn't even ask the rest of us.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Nobody else spoke up. What else do you want?
Okay. I'd like. I don't know if it's a presentation but I would like discussion on what is happening at Ojo with the new road. And I think you went up there and you drove that.
Mm-hmm.
So right now where the road comes off of there to the existing curved road, it's almost in that housing's parking lot. Did you see that?
Mhm.
And
But they'll be done by sometime next week, maybe.
but that doesn't change the fact that is there something to write on?
Use the background.
You have that paved road and that house right here. And so the normal road went like that. Okay. Now you had this area where the resident parked their vehicles. So you would have thought that this road meeting here, the new road, would have been the same. But the way it looks like that entrance is gonna be about right here.
To their driveway?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can look at, I can have Candace look into it. I know that, you know, she's been in contact with the folks that are doing the road. It's all Navajo Nation, and I don't know if they made those decisions. I'm assuming they did.
But it's not like the house just popped up.
And then the whole time?
Yeah. Like 40 years.
What happened to the other one when they tore down?
They didn't tear it down.
They used to be two.
What,
There used to
The
be a
road?
trailer park there.
They used to, yes, there used to be a.
no, there wasn't two houses. It was just one.
There's one
It
house.
was
no
just
trailer
one.
station.
I lived up there.
I know,
And then
I drove by every day.
it was just one house. And then,
Well, the other may have been a.
but the other ones over here are like metered for mobile home. Used to be, I don't know anymore.
Might have been a double wide up there.
But they're on the church side where it's fence for church. There is a trailer here in that corner. Then the church is up here. But
If you look
this
into
is
the,
all
look into the
fenced.
concern of where the cutout is or the turnoff is for the road.
But for the longest time, even before this started, or the road construction started, I've been asking our maintenance really needs to take a look at this. And I thought there was gonna be some changes made because, you know, I did see Mike up there one time, and that's when they were renovating. But I see it's still the same layout, and now they've created a kind of a slope with that new road from that house. There's kind of a slope, so it rains.
You mean their driveway? It's going down that way?
No, this is all chain link again right here. So you got this slope from this sidewalk now here, and then actually right here. So this road, the way it looks, I don't know, maybe I didn't look at it right, but from all the indications, it looks like it's
Should we have Candace address a little bit?
it looks like it's gonna come down right here and meet this road. Right now they have a little hump, you know, to cross that side of the
That's the one
sidewalk.
with the lady bottomed out a little on there. Didn't somebody have a problem? It wasn't you? was it?
No.
It was
was
rough.
me,
I
you
went
would have
over.
heard about it.
Like right away.
But yeah, there's that high point right there, but that was just to get away from here until this cured.
Okay.
So from all indications, it looks like that's gonna meet up here. And then go to and I thought they were closing off this road. And I asked the guy, I said, are you guys?
They're not closing it off,
And
right?
he says, no, we're not. He says, we're gonna leave that open. So, okay, but for the longest time I've been asking, these vehicles are not safe. Even before this road construction, if had this got icy or, these vehicles could get hit. And then at that time, there still is a fence back here in back of the house. And it's not lighted. He has, or at that time, the people there, I guess the maintenance, they had his truck parked out here. They weren't parking it over here because there's no way to monitor, no way to see if anybody's digging in the tools. So they had it parked over here. And I asked, why can't we open this gate where they can drive in, close it, and have their vehicle secured?
Well, I think if you don't mind, if Candace might be able to answer that right now. She's got her hand raised.
Candace, you got your hand up.
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent Carlson, board members, board member Aspis, to answer your question about the old dog leg. We're calling it the dog leg road. I've been in constant communication with the contractor on this project, and we have a meeting set for Monday about closing the old dog leg road, because now the new road into the Ojo area is a straight path in, and we don't need traffic coming down the old road. We need to direct traffic onto the new road and keep them on the new road. That ramp that you see right now, of course, is just to assist traffic getting in and out until the paving is done. That is hopefully scheduled to be done next week. They've laid their test strip yesterday and have taken all their samples yesterday on that test strip, and it's a 5-day hold until they get all their test results back. So we'll be waiting for the next 5 days for those results to come back. And as soon as they're good to go, they'll pave all the way out. So it'll be a new road for everybody. But that is, as Mr. Carlson says, that is a Navajo DOT project. And I have asked for a meeting next Monday to discuss closing the old dog leg. The only people who really need to have access to that is our home right there, and the possibility of future homes on our leased property there, and the church. Does that answer your question, board member Aspis?
Yeah, but then it comes to the fact that it's been there, that road, even prior to its paving, for over 50 years. And, the fire department, the ambulance, the police, they know it's there. And what's going to happen, they take that and then, responding to an emergency.
Correct. And hopefully all their records board member aspects will be updated with this new road. The contractor has also indicated that they were going to be putting signs up off the main road, indicating that that road is closed to start directing traffic down the new road, and had also asked if we had plans to move our signage for our elementary school to the new entrance on the road location. So that is part of the topic that I would like to discuss with Navajo DOT and make sure that we're all on the same page before we go making changes, that everybody on the team is in agreement to what we're seeing out there with traffic and the safety aspects of the old road.
Mr. President, can we just have that update? Because I think we're getting just a little too deep in that detail. Rather than just putting it on as a topic, we can discuss that on Tuesday.
You want her to,
because you're getting pretty deep into it
after
right
she
now.
meets with them Monday, have that on there.
Yeah, but I do want to add too that, you know, this is a community. It's not just a school. And, you know, these decisions are being made without input from the community. And NHA is one on that one side, but on the west side of the school is you know, a whole different set of people. They don't follow NHA. Those are homeowners over there. So it would be nice to have input and you know, and put out that notice. And you know, some people do attend this church here. But yeah, I think, you know, decisions are being made without the very ones that are there. And for Tuesday for discussion, and I'm trying to remember what else. There was another item that I had.
Did I scare it out of you? I'm sorry.
Scare? You scare me? I don't know. Gosh, what was it?
Board President.
Did you get to ask Haskell and Cheryl? Go ahead, and maybe I'll remember. But there was one more thing.
Did you have something else, Candace? Is that a
mess? Yes. I just want a preference if NDOT isn't available to come to that meeting on Monday, I will not have a report ready for the board on Tuesday. So it really hinges on NDOT and whether they'll be able to attend the meeting that the contractor has asked for.
Okay.
But if that meeting does happen, yes, on Tuesday, I will be able to have some kind of report, and I can let Mr. Carlson know Monday afternoon whether that happened or not.
I would like for that road personally to be left, access to that road, because as I told you before, that the cross country, they use that.
And they go up that way.
Yeah. And there's I think there's times when they have
a blade of some sort that comes up and blades a path. And they do have meets, and I think it would be good. And
Is that also a Navajo Nation, is it DOT or is it a district road? That's
It's
not
all
our
Navajo
road.
Nation property. It's a road, isn't it?
when you ask for funding or ask for it, then it's not ours. It's not ours. But now that it's there and it's happening and it's being constructed, oh, it's ours.
Okay.
So, Ms. Chappelle, our board attorney.
Yes, ma'am, I'm still here.
So am I, I'd like to ask if we could look at the, are we privy to look at the RFP, the procurement or the contract for this company?
Well, that would be a matter of public record.
Okay.
The process is public record.
So we can look at it?
I am not completely up to speed on all of the details. Is it a Navajo contractor? I mean, from the Navajo Nation contractor, or is it our contractor?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Jermaine, that is a Navajo DOT project, and that contractor they hired is out of Arizona. It's called Arrow.
Thank you, thank you, Ms. Thompson. I thought that's what I remembered, that it was an NDOT project. So I think we would have to request that board member Aspas from NDOT.
Yeah, I'd like to see the contract and well, not just me, but for the board to see the contract and whatever we are legally able to see. And I would like that road to stay open.
Board member Aspas, I will get with Ms. Thompson so I understand the details of the project and where we are with respect to the timing of the project and what opportunities the board might have to weigh into that project. I'm not sure we will have all of that ready by Tuesday, but I'll try to work with Ms. Thompson to at least have something we can present to give you some information by Tuesday.
Okay, and I do remember what I was gonna ask.
Good. I didn't want to go home without all my counselors. Okay.
It was called the I sent it, I forwarded it to all the board.
That I know what it is, but I can't remember.
Yeah,
I know what you're
Ms.
talking
Chappelle, do you remember what I?
Yes, let me pull, I have it in my email. I can pull that up just a second.
I think as a board, we need to discuss that.
PD's new initiative to implement restorative justice principles to student discipline.
Yeah.
Wonderful. And we, the presentation that will be on the agenda from ICO will actually have some of that in it. So we can include that in that presentation.
Okay.
That's already scheduled for Tuesday, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay,
These things are amazing.
okay.
Vice President Haskell, do you have anything? Ms. Haskell?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. I guess just the only thing, an update on what our personnel looks like, teachers, those critical positions. Update on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. George?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Okay. The next item is number 5, adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded that we adjourn. Ms. Haskell?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas?
Yes.
Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Unanimous.